You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Monday night, 11 p.m., December 11th, 2023. I can see from YouTube that we have 6 viewers only today. So maybe a small group, maybe because it's Monday, maybe because now it's down to 4 as soon as I started talking. Could be a variety of reasons for that, but no harm done. Today we're playing the first full case from Penny Dreadful's Victorian Penny Dreadfuls of Victorian London. And I've noticed that actually throughout this game there's a little bit of what feels like unnecessary verbosity. Like all of the cases have 2 names in them, two full titles in them. Here's the case we're playing today. It's called The Horrible Secret of the Broken Key, or The Bloody Knights of the Beast. Don't bother reading that yet. We'll get to it. They're the authors, Gabriel Marie and Gianluca Santa Pietro. We had one of the translators comment on our tutorial playthrough, and we did learn that this was originally written in Italian. It's a very unusual game with some interesting new mechanics. I can see that my camera is not zoomed in the way it should be. I'll fix that on the next break. So I have some more thoughts. We played the tutorial scenario. It took us about 2 hours, an hour to teach the rules and talk about the game, then another hour to play it, and then talk about it afterwards. I'm very intrigued by this system. I guess that a lot of us had a similar reaction, which was real curiosity about the mechanics. The tutorial didn't really use many of them, so we're looking forward to seeing them in use here. And some real skepticism at all of the mechanics involved in what is essentially a mystery deduction game. Most of the mechanics look like they're ways to involve a larger group in decision making, some clever stuff about getting blamed or getting credit for if the case goes well, but some odd issues involving the use of resources when you're voting and when you encounter trials. And there are some specific rules for solo and 2-player play that are a little unusual. Whether they're clever or not, we're going to find out. But, okay, so I'm not going to teach the rules again. You'll learn them as we play if you haven't watched the tutorial scenario video. If you think this might be a game that your group would like, you should stop watching and not watch this session. There are only 3 full cases in the box. We're going to play one of them here. So if you think you might be interested in this, you should stop watching this. Go watch the tutorial playthrough, which doesn't really give anything important away because there's no interesting story there. And then if you think it's for you, you can buy the game and play it. It's just come out over the last couple days. If you watch this, you're not going to be able to play this case yourself, probably, although there's a little bit of replay here. It's a little bit of a feel of time stories where, and like a choose your own adventure, where it's very likely we'll get a negative outcome the first time we play it and have to play it again to get a better outcome. And the key issue there is whether the game is enjoyable enough to play a second time. I have my doubts about that. One of the things we'll have to decide for ourselves, if we play through it and don't get a positive outcome, do we want to play this case again? Feels like you might be going through the motions for much of it, so I'm not sure that is appealing, but we'll decide that. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Let me check in with the chat and do a little bit of bookkeeping before we get started here. The Spamonite says, I wonder if that means there are 2 possible cases depending on the way we go. I don't think there is, but we'll find out. Jonathan says, I was making London Fog for this game. Remind me what a London fog is. I believe a London fog is like tea with some milk in it, milk and cream. John says, my interest was piqued about systems with standalone cases sold, so I picked up 2 standalone detective modern crime cases for $5 each. Haven't played them yet. There are standalone cases for detective modern crime board game? The Portal Games game? I thought there was a set of cases by either Matt Leacock or Rob Daviau called Dig Deeper. And then there was a set of cases where you play pets. I think those are the only 2 that came out. Petty Officers. Yeah, that's the pets one. If there are others, let me know. There's also, that game got resold, remade into season 1 of a cut down version of the game. Weird things happening with that game. I'm a little irritated at Ignacy Trzewiczek and Portal Games for taking the one we loved, Vienna Connection, and never making anything after that. Never expanding on that. Jonathan Warner says that a London fog is Earl Grey tea with vanilla and foamed milk. Okay. So a little bit of bookkeeping. I did my 12th live channel update and question and answer yesterday afternoon. So if you're curious about the channel, about YouTube, about statistics of the channel and plans, you might want to check that video out. And I've scheduled our next live stream game diary session for this coming Sunday at noon, not our normal time at noon. And I'll be showing off progress on High and Low, the noir detective game that I've been working on with the help of a lot of people in the channel. I'll be showing off some art that we've got from some volunteers and talking about progress of the game and some ideas. I have a couple ideas I want to bounce off you guys. And so that'll be this coming Sunday at noon. You can see behind me a couple new games have arrived in the mail. They're stacking up faster than we can get through them. So we're going to have to start playing them at a more rapid clip. I think we're still planning to play one of the Cozy Killers, the biggest, most deluxe games we have in December, which will take 12 sessions or so. I was originally thinking we would start that on December 18th. Now I'm thinking we probably have to push that to December 21st because the local game competition has a deadline for submitting rules on December 20th, and I think it's going to take me a couple days to do that. So I think probably Cozy Killer sometime the week of around December 20th. Play that straight through Christmas and New Year's. Whether we take breaks for that will depend on whether people playing with me need the breaks. Okay. So having caught up with the channel and done our bookkeeping, we're going to start playing this case. But I want to talk for a minute about solo versus 2-player and how we're going to play this on the channel. When we played the tutorial, I said we're going to play solo rules, but I'm going to give the audience some voting cubes. They can vote with me. Then after the first turn, we realized, okay, maybe it makes more sense to think of this as a 2-player game. And the rules for a solo versus a 2-player game are slightly different, but there are a bunch of mechanics and fiddly rules in this game that are implemented without really telling you why. What's the purpose? What's the goal behind them? And I wanted to spend a minute to talk about that and talk about the 2-player versus solo rules. And I'll start out by saying we are going to play this as if it's a 2-player game. 2-player and solo have these special tokens that get used. It's mostly a cooperative game, but you can assign a sort of winner. If you have a positive outcome, the winner is the person who contributed most towards it. If you have a negative outcome, it's who contributed least. When you play solo or 2-player, the game could potentially win. The game acts as a sort of adversary. At least it votes and contributes, and so it can get blamed or rewarded. Now, I spent a little bit of time thinking after we played about the difference between solo and two-player rules, and they're odd. I would have loved to see a write-up by the authors, their thinking on it, but let's take a look at it. So here are the tiles for the solo game. All right, so it's 4 white and 4 black. At the top, you can see the influence of the game in voting on choices. So one tile votes 2 cubes to the right-hand side. One tile votes 2 cubes to the left-hand side. So, and then here we've got 2 tiles that vote 1 in either direction. Let's match this up over here as well, because it's symmetrical. Okay, so look at that for a second. So 25% of the time it's going to throw all of its 2 cubes to the right-hand choice, 25% of the time both of its cube to the left-hand choice, and then these two, 50% of the time, it's basically not going to influence the vote. It's going to contribute 1 to either side. Let's ignore the trial tests for a second. The same thing for the black tokens. It's all symmetrical. And there's an equal number of white and black. Remember, the way the white and black works is that it breaks ties. It's the way of the game saying who gets to break ties. So if it's white, we get to decide on how to break ties, and we get the reward if everyone contributes an equal amount. Okay, now here's the strange thing. So when you're playing solo, use these. Now, here are the tiles you add in if you're playing 2-player. Remember, if you're playing 2-player, both people get to vote. They contribute their vote. So if you were playing a single player and you voted one direction, then you turn over this from the game, and the game could completely override you. You voted 1 left, it voted 2 right. You'd go with what the game randomly decided between the 2 choices. If you're playing 2-player, that's different. That all of a sudden, that gets thrown out the window. Because if you're playing 2-player and you agree on what you should do, the game will never outright beat you. Although, if you turn over a black tile, it's a tie, and you would go with what the game wanted. But if you play 2-player, you're much more likely to be able to choose what the 2 of you want to do. If you play solo, you're much more at the whim of the game. I don't understand why they would want to do that. That seems like it's going to be even more frustrating if you're playing a solo game and half the turns you don't get to do what you wanted to do. That seems very odd to me. Now, here's another odd thing. If you play with 2-player, you add in these tiles. Now, what do you notice about these tiles that you add in if you're playing 2-player? They're all white. So if you're playing 2-player, you're much more likely to be able to break ties in favor of the active player, one of the humans. So I find this very confusing. It almost feels like they're forcing the single-player game to be more random, have more random outcomes. I don't really understand why you would do that. I also don't think I remember a rule for what to do if there's a tie. So anyway, let's put these aside for a second. I'm trying to remember. There's a bit of a rule confusion here, I think, though. Imagine you get, oh no, it's not, because if you're playing solo and the game votes one to the left and one to the right, it's always going to do what you're always going to win that. You're always going to break that. There won't be a tie. So these tiles in a solo game add up to saying whatever the human wanted to do. Okay, so that's not a confusion. All right, so anyway, a little weird. We'll see how it plays out in practice, and we'll have a long discussion when we're done with this, with our thoughts on how well some of these mechanics work. Anything else we need to talk about before we start? So we're playing with the 2-player rules. I'm going to give you guys cubes to vote with, just as if you were another player. I won't always be consulting with the channel when it comes to making some decisions, but when there's a vote, I will try to consult with the channel. What I would like is if someone did what they did yesterday, which is when people vote, you'll be saying vote left, vote right. You just type that in as soon as there's a choice and you have an idea, type it in. And if someone could summarize the vote, every time someone votes, if someone could give me a running tally of how many votes left and how many votes right, it will save me from having to scroll up and try to catch that. I would appreciate that. All right, let's do the setup for the purple solo 2-player cubes. We've set aside the ones with diamonds, not the ones with circles, and 2-player, so we use the rest. We're going to put one face down in this pile, and then the rest in this pile. This is the removed pile. This is the available tile. This is the used tile. Here's another weird thing with the 2-player versus solo. With solo, we take out 4 of these tiles, 4 specific kinds of tiles. And in the end of the game, we're counting the tiles here and here, and that acts as the game's cubes. So if the game ended right now, the game player would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 cubes that because they have more, they're less to blame for any bad outcome and less to blame if we have a good outcome. So we would win if we have a good outcome and lose if we have a negative outcome. So with a 2-player, this stack is higher, and it seems more likely that we will take responsibility for the outcome of this case. That's a little odd that that changes, because it's still the same number of decisions, the same number of choices. So I'm not sure what the logic there was. Okay, and then we're going to put our villain on this space here, our co-stars here, our stars here. That should be it for setup. And then the game cards are going to run us through it. I may put cards slightly offset where they're supposed to be just to fit on the table. Okay, anything else to talk about before we get started? Let me check in with the chat. Dispamonite's going to keep running totals of the votes until he falls asleep. All right, I've got my Christmas tea here. I remember there was something, one more thing I wanted to do before we get started. So we're playing this first case, The Horrible Secret of the Broken Key, or The Bloody Knights of the Beast. And I wanted to look at 2 things in the book before we get started. One of them was the little, I read you a reminder that we have to look at all the text, and we have to look and be very careful we don't miss any subtle clues or hints. Here's another paragraph about it in a different place, but let's read this. Do not underestimate whatever clues may be hidden in the title, and all other information on the card. Nothing is redundant. Thinking that only game effects are important might lead you to leave behind some crucial information necessary to reach the best ending. So even when it comes to titles of cards and pictures, we need to be on the tips of our toes. So the secret of the broken key or the bloody knights of the beast. Let's keep aware about everything as we go. And then remember what I told you when we did the tutorials, that the three cases are written by different people. They actually posted, I think, the contents of these little interviews on the web. But I thought we would look at that for a second. So first of all, it's useful to see that they do say that these cases are ranked by difficulty. So the three main cases, anguishing tales are the most accessible ones, such as the horrible secret of the broken key or the bloody knights of the beast. So that's what we're playing. We're playing the easiest of the full cases. Then there's a terrifying tale, just harder. And then a third case, which is the most challenging. Don't underestimate any of them, though. To try to understand some secrets, we interviewed their writers, finding out who they are and knowing what ideas gave birth to their penny dreadfuls. So this is the one we're playing here by Gabriele Mari and Gianluca Santopietro. There they are. Those are the authors of this case we're playing. This is like, there's some other thing where, like, if you look at the faces, it's harder to be cruel. So I think in general, I'm inclined to be generous to a new game just because they're experimenting with new mechanics. But we're going to try to have both sides. And we're going to give our pros and cons after we play it. Okay, let's see. They work together. Their great esteem and mutual trust. I have more respect for people who can work together these days. Gabrielle discovered the pleasure of horror through comics, early years of Dylan Dog to the Italian magazine Splatter, from the American classics Creepy and Tales from the Crypt. Edgar Allan Poe, Clive Barker, Stephen King. Likes B movies. John Carpenter, Sam Raimi, and Cronenberg. Two Cronenbergs now. I'm not a fan of either of them, really. Crazy Vegetables of Farmerstein, the young Cobblepot game published by Jochi Unity, which is the publisher of this game. Okay, so he's talking about another board game. Let's see. Books they like: Dracula, Stoker's Dracula. They're referencing now Alan Moore's From Hell, a great graphic novel. Okay, that's it. No help. No help, but a little bit of personal background on the authors. Okay, Matt says that he thinks the Spamonite is right, that we're going to see two different cases here based on what paths we take. So, in fact, maybe there are two games here that we might want to replay. Let's find out. All right, we're ready to get started here. Let's open this up. I wouldn't mind fixing my camera angle. I mean, I'm sure you guys don't really notice it much, but I notice it. All right, let's start off and see if it tells us any rules changes. Present a anguishing, sensational tale of the Blood Red series. I think they're really trying to cram in as many names and titles as they can. Blood Red, I believe, is what they're calling the cases in this box. A disturbing story emerges from the pages of a diary. Something inhuman roams the darkest alleys of the city. Bizarre coincidences conceal secrets that will forever change a family's life. Everyone receives a supply of 9 black cubes. Randomly shuffle 2 of the diamond tokens in one. Only yellow tokens will be needed. The token effect shall be ignored if the special rules are not applied. Okay, I don't know what that second part means, but let me just walk you through. Remember, we're going to be seeing new mechanics here, so hopefully we won't struggle too much. The rules say that this little icon is used when it's talking about solo and 2-player tokens. So if you're playing with the 3-player game, you would just ignore all this part. Shuffle 2 tokens in because that's not relevant. And then the part about only using yellow location tokens is that yellows are the outdoor locations and these here are the indoor locations. So basically this is going to be an entirely outdoor case. All right, well, let's give ourselves the cubes. So a longer game means we're going to need more of these cubes. I had some more thoughts. So there are your 9 for the audience, and then I'm going to take 9 and keep them. Maybe I'll keep them here. Okay, so there's my 9. All right. So we've done that. We've given everyone 9. And now it wants us to take the diamond ones that I've set aside. Let's take a look at what these are. So we've got 3 black, 3 white. How are they voting? This is 1 on each direction, 1 on each direction, 1 on each direction. And then when you do a trial, this is 1 cube plus draw another tile, 1 cube, draw another tile, draw another tile, draw another tile, 1 cube, and then 1 cube. Interesting little asymmetry. But probably if you wanted to think what's the most likely contribution to a trial for the game, 1, 1, 1, draw another, 1, draw another 1. So probably it's pretty safe that the game is going to contribute at least 1 cube to a trial. We might want to remember that if we're don't want to use up all our cubes in a trial. Okay, so now we have a big stack of tiles. It's going to be very hard for the game to get any responsibility for this case. It's going to be on our hands. No matter what, we're going to look like we've spent more cubes, I think. Okay. And then there's this comment that I don't understand. The special tile rule effects shall be ignored if the special rules are not applied. Okay, I think actually this is very awkwardly phrased, but I think this is basically saying what I said. Ignore these rules if you're not playing a solo or 2-player game. Why they're saying special rules are not applied, I think what they really mean is what they mean is the special rules for solo or 2-player. Okay, well, that's not the most ideal way to describe those rules, but okay, fine. Flip this card face up and have fun. Okay, so I'm going to put the pile of cards off to the side. We don't need to see them. And remember, we always read the back, then we can shift things around if we've got items, and then we can read the front of it card. Okay, we're a half an hour in. Jonathan normally reminds me to take a break here before we start giving away spoilers. So that's what we're going to do. I think that's the smart thing to do. We're actually going to take a little break here before we even get into the case. Is that what we should do? And then if you think you want to play this game, you can leave now. Otherwise, I'll see you in 5 minutes, not 8 minutes, 5 minutes. We'll take our first break now for 5 minutes, come back. We'll start the case properly. Okay, we're back. Time to read the first card. You can see how warped this board is. Okay, The Terrible Secret of the Broken Key, or The Bloody Knights of the Beast. Maybe we are going to have choice in each case. Keep this card revealed on the table within reach of all players. Turn summary. At the beginning of your turn, take from the deck the card indicated by the last effect applied by the player who preceded you after they have passed the turn. Apply this procedure to all cards that come into play or interject on your turn. Back. After you receive the card, resolve its back completely before revealing its front. After you have resolved all the effects of the back of the card that came into play, and before revealing the front, you can have the stars interact with any item in play accessible to them. After you reveal the front, share the narrative parts, then resolve every passage until a pass the turn effect. We're not going to worry about passing turns because I'm always going to be the active player. When a card interjects, these are just the basic rules we already played. You do the interjecting card completely, then you go back. Proceed the same way if a chain of events occurs. When you pass the turn, play it, pass to your left. If you're not playing solo, then continue as described above. Okay, so all right, so ideally, this card would tell us to now draw card 1, but it doesn't. But that has to be what we assume we should do because there are no more instructions on the 1 card that we've drawn. So we're just going to go and draw card 1. All right. The star comes into play on A and put the park on 1. Okay, so the star, which is the yellow, starts out on location A here. And then the park, which is going to be here somewhere, comes out at that location. So we've got the star of our story is starting out next to a park. Which park? We're going to find out. But we've got a little bit of a religious cross necklace. All right. Secret diary found. The Morning Post, Tuesday, March 10th, 1874. In the county of Surrey, southwest of London, on a large estate where young Laura lived comfortably with her father. Is there something I'm missing about learning who Laura is? Investigators found a secretly concealed diary bearing a bewildering chronicle. It seems that 2 years ago, the Backer family were leading a quiet life after the tragic and painful death of their mother Ingrid, which occurred at the end of a long and excruciating illness. The girl had managed to regain her smile, her joy of living and facing the future thanks to the spontaneity and initiative of a young suitor. His good intentions earned him the approval of Dr. Anthony Backer, and he was officially betrothed to his beloved daughter. But one night, ... Let me just make sure. It's weird the way this jumped into this, but card 1 just says, keep this in front of us, even though these are just the base rules of the game. So we really don't need that. Okay, but our star, we don't even know who the star is yet. We don't know why they're out, but we're told about something. Okay. Notice it tells us to put this in the trash, which the rules tell you mean you can't go back and reread this. I don't love that. Like, we have to remember everything that's important here, if it's important. Okay, so we've got a date. I mean, maybe we could keep notes. Maybe we're going to break the rule and relook at this if it's important. But, okay, 2 years ago, tragic and painful death of their mother, Ingrid. After a long illness, Laura lived at this estate investigators found a secretly concealed diary. Okay, so this is going to be the diary where they learned this information. A young suitor, approval of Anthony Backer, and betrothed to his beloved daughter. But one night, okay, put this card in the trash. So trash is over here. And here's our one night. Okay, so I want you to study this card because I see something significant possibly already. Although, okay, I was thinking her cross was upside down, but I can see it's basically the same as this. So there's her cross. What's this? What's that weird line? Anyway, there she is. She's got like little devil eyes. They're all yellowed out like a beast or something. Anyone know that's her dress neckline? Cleavage. I guess maybe it is. It's weird that it's on top of that too. Okay. Let's flip it over if there's nothing else to study here. Young Laura. Ah, she's the star of our story. Daughter of Ingrid and Anthony Backer. Laura is a young girl, sweet but resolute and determined. Quiet and reserved, she's spent a lot of time praying and reading the Bible since her mother's death. She has long, wavy, dark hair and a simple, natural beauty she's not fully aware of. Okay, now it gives us some tokens. So she is I believe she is our star, although you can see that the star and co-stars are both 5-pointed stars. That really wish they had done something different there, because this is a yellow 5-pointed star. Here's a orange 5-pointed star, already colors that are close. And then when they refer to it, they don't use the actual icon on the board. It says place the card there. Okay, so actually, if we look at the symbols here, these look like co-stars, and there are stars. Half the game says, hey, when you're dealing with the black tokens, some of them are going to be white foreground on black background. Some of them are going to be black background on white, but it's not important for you to... And this is telling us these are the key differences. Anyway, black background is stars. So that's what she is. She's the star of our story. Okay, and then they want us to give her some symbols. It's a pentagram alpha and a circle gamma. That's gamma, right? Okay. And then it tells us what these represent. So the pentagon alpha is a gold chain around the neck with an elegant crucifix hanging from it, a gift from her deceased mother. The gamma is a certain amount of cash, some bills and several coins. And then she's got a rule. This is where this game is getting interesting. She can never hold red tokens and never more than 4. So she's got 2 objects in her possession. Remember, we can trade these between characters according to certain rules. And then we're told here how to interpret some of these. So yellow, which is what this alpha is commonly used everyday stuff. And then the blue, is finite factors, a bottle of brandy, so I guess it's money. Now, here's something that's another little inconvenience of these rules. This has got shapes, but really every chit comes in any of the shapes and any of the colors. They can mix and match. So you can have pentagon, five-sided tokens that are any color. This thing tells you about colors, and then if you want to find out about shapes, you go to a different sidebar where intelligently this time they do not confound colors and shapes. Circles are widespread, easy to manage elements, and pentagons are elements that depend on other factors, something to wear. So this was a poor choice to put shapes on these, because really it's trying to tell you about something regardless of its shape. Very odd. All right, so a little awkward, a little fiddly, but maybe it's irrelevant for us. We happen to know that this is cash, and we know that this is a gold chain. All right, so we just take this and we keep it off to the side with our star. Maybe I should move this up a little so we can see this. All right. So let's move it all the way up there. All right, so we just keep this here. Wherever this pawn is, that's where Laura is with her stuff. She's our star. If there's more stars, they'll go with her. And whenever we read the back of a card, we can then have things interact with these if we need be. But right now, there's nothing to do. But continue with card 2. So here we go, card 2. Card 3, sorry. Aha. Boy, that looks a lot like Bram Stoker's Dracula to me. Who played Gary Oldman played Dracula in the movie Bram Stoker's Dracula. Boy, that sort of reminds me of him. All right, let's see who this is. What's this weird hand? I don't like that. Dr. Backer. Anthony, Laura Backer's dear father. Dr. Backer is a former professor of medicine at the University of London, a federal institute founded in 1836 by merging London University and King's College. He left teaching to look after his wife, who was seriously ill with cholera. She passed away more than a year ago. He's a tall, thin man with an aquiline nose and well-kept, grizzled hair. He's a deep look and a perpetual frown, as if his mind is always stirred by memories and worries he cannot or will not share. Dr. Backer. Is he Dracula? All right, so look at what he is. He's the same shape. He's another star. So he's going to be hanging out with Laura. They're going to be together at all times. Okay, it wants us to give him stuff. So he's got a Martini Henry, a trusty modern rifle used for hunting. He's got a walking stick in dark lacquered wood with a silver tip and pommel. And he's got a wooden case equipped with many surgical tools. All right. So there's his rifle. And he's got a walking stick. And he's got a wooden case. They're all alphas. Now remember that the fact that it's alpha, beta, gamma, delta is not significant. It's just to distinguish between them so that each person's thing is a unique combination of color, shape, and letter. That's the idea. Okay, so then he hangs out with Laura. Maybe I'll put these face up. Okay, so the two of them are together. They will always move together. Wherever this yellow pawn is, that's where the two of them are together. And critically, for the first time, we now have two people. And the rules say we can move things between them. When we read the back of a card, we have a moment to change place, to switch things before we swap it over. So we could, on any given turn, say, okay, he's going to give the wooden case to Laura. She can hold 4 items, so she could keep it. He can never have more than 3. So if Laura wanted to give her some cash to her father, we could hand this over, but then he'd have to move something off his thing because he can only have 3. So that's the mechanic of moving objects around. It's the first time I remember seeing something like this in a mystery choose-your-own-adventure game. It feels very much like a kind of point-and-click adventure, but with limits here, which is very interesting. Now, if you move this around, you then consult these cards to remind you what they are and who's got what. Okay, so now card 4 comes into play. Interesting, a little involved. Okay, what have we got here? This looks like something you would use to carry around an invalid. You would either attach it to a horse or a person could carry it, but looks like someone sits on there, right? Okay, let's see what it says. So before we put this, do we want to shift anything over? No. Strange accident. It was after 10 p.m. I was with my father. This is the diary we're reading. I was with my father when I witnessed an extremely bizarre accident which took place inside the park of our estate. In the pale light of the full moon, we saw a gig which was presumably traveling on the narrow street overlooking the embankment near our house, and it was inexplicably blocked by a wrathful riding stranger armed with a pitchfork. His coarse screams, the shrill neigh of the frightened horse, the distant barking of the dogs, aroused our interest. The horse's terror and a clumsy maneuver by the coachman trying to escape must have caused the vehicle to fall and topple. Puts it in the trash, past the turn, and 5 card comes out. Let's just see it. After 10 p.m., she's with her father. I guess we're reliving this story that was in her diary. That's what it sounds like. We're reliving a past story as described in her diary. Okay, so they see this traveling, blocked by a riding stranger armed with a pitchfork. His coarse screams, the shrill neigh of the frightened horse, distant barking of dogs, the horse's terror, and a clumsy maneuver by the coachman trying to escape must have caused the vehicle to fall and topple. Trying to escape what? All right, well, we throw this away. Wednesday, September 11th, 10 p.m. All right, let's throw this away and get card 5. Here's the pitchfork that the strange rider who was blocking the way. Don't see anything special about it to note. I'm assuming that there aren't hidden words and stuff in these pictures. Okay. The terrible assault and unstoppable blind rage. When we hastily reached the horrible scene of the disaster, the coachman, alongside the overturned buggy, had already been slain by the aggressor, who promptly got off his horse. Another person in the carriage had been violently ejected many yards away, closer to us. She lay with her head completely bloodied, unconscious, and helpless to the looming threat of the assailant. Still not satisfied, determined to complete his brutal assault, he started striding towards her, his face filled with rage and his hand holding his blood-soaked weapon. My desperate screams, with which I ordered him to stop, as I instinctively bent over the body on the ground, were of no avail. So another person in the carriage was ejected. She's completely bloody. He's gone over her with his pitchfork. Our woman is screaming to stop. They're no avail. Put this in the trash. And read card 6. Okay, so as soon as we get card 6, it says 7 interjects. That looks like the father's gun. But before we can turn this over, we have to interject with card 7. Oh boy, that's the bloody woman who got ejected. That's pretty gruesome. It's clear this is a gruesome game. Now, card 7 is ejecting before we return to card 6. We're still resolving the back of 6. So it's not 100% clear to me whether we could now move objects around if we wanted to. I think we can. I think anytime you go to do the back of a card before you flip it, you could move stuff around. All right, that's a pretty gruesome image, though. Anything we need to notice about this? All right, let's flip it over. She's got a head wound, that's for sure. The young woman, a gravely injured stranger. She's a young woman, apparently in her 30s, with long, disheveled dark hair. She's lying on the ground unconscious. Her face is covered in blood. She has a deep wound crossing her cheek from the bridge of her nose to the corner of her mouth, which was probably caused by the impact with the boxwood bush, where we found her after being ejected by her coach. Her breathing is irregular and gasping. We fear she may have violently hit her head against the ornamental stones that border the hedge. She's wearing a long dress of light blue brocade with floral decorations, rather dusty and shabby. Next to her, there is a crimson woolen shawl, which probably wrapped her before the fall. Okay, place this card in this pile. These are the guest stars, I believe the game calls them. I'm not sure they wouldn't have been better off not using the word stars for each, but essentially we've got our stars, our co-stars. Both of them have tokens showing where they are. And then we've got over here the guest stars, which are not represented by a token. They're just something you remember is out there. Okay, so that's card 7 that we've resolved fully. No other instructions. So now we can go back and finish resolving card 6 after 7 has fully interjected. All right. So do we want to move anything around? I'm curious, like, what would happen if we gave the daughter the gun? Let's see what happens, what it says, and if we would have broken the game if we did that. Okay. First aid. We're going to make a choice here. A young damsel in distress. In the piercing cold of the night, while I was trying to help that unfortunate passenger, my father, who was carrying his rifle, although hesitating even if only for a single moment, fired at the man, unfortunately killing him. If he hadn't, I wouldn't have been here to write about this horrible experience of mine in the hope of easing my upset soul. Remove the alpha triangle from Dr. Backer. From blank. Dr. Backer unloaded the rifle on the assailant and the weapon is now inoperable. Okay, so it's telling us that the gun is now gone, unusable. So we remove it. I guess it goes back in the supply. We haven't faced any choice that could have changed that outcome in any way. So, but maybe that was just to demonstrate the system to us. The young woman's location is in the park. Okay, so it's basically saying that even though we don't have a token for her, we're just going to consider her here. A little odd. Okay, now we're going to make a choice. Left hand, let us help the woman by taking her promptly in our own home. Or, let us arrange a risky transportation to the nearest hospital. That's what you call leaning on a choice here. Let us arrange a risky transportation to the nearest hospital. All right. Well, I'm going to vote to take her to our home. So my vote is going on the right-hand side. So if we both vote for right-hand side, we've got full control over that vote. But if we split our vote, we're letting fate decide what to do. So let's see what the audience does. I'm not going to wait around for too long, so you guys got to get your votes in quickly. Okay, so 2-1 right-hand side. Okay, so that's it. It's settled. It's done. We're voting. The audience votes on the right. Oh, sorry. I meant to take her to our home. I'm voting on the left-hand side. Thank you, Jonathan, for correcting me. Okay, but then the audience wants to take her to the hospital, it seems. Okay, is that... Since I confuse things, I'm going to give you a second to change your mind here. But it looks like the audience is going one way and I am voting the other. So if the audience wants to stick with that, then fate, it's in the hands of fate. All right, Perry is voting left. 2-2 now for the audience vote. I don't know what we do. Well, I guess when there's a tie in the audience, you guys are going to vote with me. The only downside is if we vote and get our way, we lose these tokens. Whereas if we vote and we don't get our way, we keep them for some trial thing later. You always get to vote. You can never spend, even if you spend all of your cubes, the game's rules still let you vote. You basically borrow a cube and vote. All right, so it's 2-2. That means the audience, if it's a tie, is going to vote with me. That's how I've declared the system to work. Or maybe you could, well, we don't want it. The rules don't let you abstain, so I guess you got to do something. All right, so we're taking her to our home instead of a risky transportation. All right, so remember, what we do now is we draw one of these tiles to see how the game votes. The game says 2 tokens to the right-hand side. So it's a tie, 2 right, 2 left. So if the audience had voted to the right, we would have definitely done this. When it's a tie, we look at the color of this. If this was a black tile, the tie would be broken by the game and we'd go to try to take her to the hospital. But since it's a white tile, we get to decide. So now I get to decide. But you could look at this slightly strategically. Let me make sure I understand the rules of this. If we break the tie by going to the right-hand choice, I think that would mean that both of us would get our voting cubes back. Let's just make sure that that's right. So we resolve a choice. If the game wins, we put it face down, otherwise in the 3, otherwise face down in the 2. As in the normal game, players who do not win the choice keep the cube they use. So if we wanted to keep our cube, we could vote against this, against our votes. Just seems risky though. Especially since they're walking. All right, we're going to do what we said we wanted to do. We're going to go left, take her to the home with less risk. So we lose our voting cubes. They go into the supply. The game did not get its wish. So because of that, this goes into the used pile. Now, why does it go here instead of here? Because the tokens here are keeping track of when the game didn't get its way. The more stay in here, the more the game hasn't gotten its way, so it doesn't get blamed. If it had gotten its way, this would go here, which would be like taking responsibility. All right, so it'll go faster as we go. All right, so we're going to try to take her to our home. So this goes in the archive, not the trash, the archive. I haven't put any into the, yeah. Okay, so archive goes here where we can reference it if we want to later. And we jump ahead to 10. Our guy is a doctor. I almost forgot about that. All the more reason we should take her to our house. This looks like his surgical equipment. Why didn't someone speak up and remind me that this guy was a doctor? All the more reason it's good we took her home. Okay, so the pawn moves to C and the mansion comes into play. All right, so they decide to take her home. So she's going to join us here. And we're going into the mansion of this house where she lives. All right, there's the mansion. All right, I don't think there's anything that we need to move around. Let's just continue. A prompt intervention. Every moment is precious to save a life. Remove the alpha triangle from the star. Dr. Backer used its content to help the patient. So he used his wooden case equipped with surgical tools. So we get rid of that now. Okay, that's going back into the supply. My father convinced me to take care of the woman immediately, taking her in at our home. I have faith in his judgment. He had to kill that man. It was self-defense, and he didn't want any more corpses in his life, at least for that night. He's a professor of medicine, and I think he knows how to give first aid to that poor woman, whose life hangs on the balance. After all, he took care of my beloved mother before that ruthless illness tore her away from us. Did he, or did he suck her blood and kill her? I am very suspicious of that father. Okay, but we're trusting him now. Place this card in the trash, and 13 comes into play. Okay, so we used up his surgical instruments, but it seems like we saved the girl, and now the daughter, Laura, is taking care of her. 13 comes into play. Let me just put these aside. Okay, here's card 13. What's this? Looks like she's got a necklace. What is it a necklace of? Dr. Backer and his tokens move from star to guest star. Sorry, star to co-star. And the orange comes into play in the mansion. Okay, so fascinating. So what is it saying? It's saying that Dr. Backer is now not traveling along with Laura. He's now become a co-star. And he's represented by this, which is now in the mansion. That's pretty interesting. So now we could still trade between these two because they're adjacent. But if they separate, we won't be able to move items between the two. Okay. So Dr. Backer and his tokens moved to being co-stars, and he's in the mansion. All right. So now what is this? Some sort of pendant that has no meaning to us right now. Okay. Lost identity, a restless atmosphere. The injured woman remained unconscious for a long time, except for brief flashes of lucidity, bedridden in the same dimly lit room that my mother had occupied until her demise. The accident left her face disfigured by deep wounds. She doesn't seem to remember her present nor her past. My father reassures me that the reason could be the trauma she suffered. He encouraged me to investigate her identity, but to do so discreetly and carefully. In recent days, residents of the nearby suburb of Epsom have been in turmoil and complain of strange occurrences, killings of livestock, night apparitions, and some people have inexplicably disappeared. I fear dark times are upon us. Time for us to make another choice. All right, the father has said, go investigate, do it quietly, and then nearby village, killings of livestock. That sounds like a bad creature is on the loose. Okay, so we have a choice. I will go down to the town hall in Epsom to get more information on those strange incidents. He told her to do so quietly. I don't know if that's the smart thing to do if you want to keep things quiet. Or we could go to the general store to stock up on supplies in case we need to barricade in the house for a while. All right, well, I know what I'm going to do. It feels like supplies are always useful, like items are useful in this game. We might have to use some. So I am voting on the right-hand side. Let's check in with the chat. 2-0, right-hand side. Okay, everyone's voting right-hand side. Stock up. So that's it. That's what we're doing. We're going to stock up. All right, so the audience has also voted right-hand side. And now we turn over a token from the game. It's voted 2 for the left, but luckily it's white. So we can break the tie, which we're going to do in favor of our choice. So we both lose our cubes. We spend our cubes on that since we won. And since the game did not win, it goes in this pile, so it gets less responsibility for this case. All right. So we've gone with the right hand to stock up. Place this card in the trash and get card 15. Okay. The yellow pawn? Yes, the yellow pawn, which is us. I don't know why they chose colors yellow and orange. Okay, but the yellow pawn moves to E and the shop comes into play on 5. Okay, so Laura goes to E and the shop comes out. These are double-sided. So there's the shop, not the market, but the shop. The game tells you that these tokens can refer to a couple different things. Okay, so she's going to the shop. The mansion comes into play on 3. Dr. Backer moved there. All right, so we already did that. So that was, I guess, if you got here before the card that we already read that did that. Then it says 11 interjects followed by 16 and 18. So before we resolve this, we need to interject 16. No, interject 11. I see. Is this going to be the love interest? So first 11 is interjecting. Mr. Cole, the lawyer, Laura Backer's fiancé. Peter Cole is tall and heavy-set, although not always graceful in his movements, let alone athletic. Good-natured and cordial, he's prone to action, sometimes even too instinctively. Too long and deep reasoning is not for him. He takes great care of his appearance, from the slicked curls to the color of the tie, from the impeccable jacket to the polishing of shoes. Okay, he's got a revolver, a 6-shot breech-loading pistol, the Army's service weapon. What does breech-loading mean? I think breech is normally with a shotgun where you just push it up into it. I believe that's what breech-loading is. It's not a revolver. It's not a normal revolver where it pulls out and you put the things in and push the cylinder back. But then it has to be because it's called a revolver. So I'm not sure what that means. Maybe that means it's revolved, but you put one in and then you revolve it another turn, put one in, revolve it, put one in, loading one into the breech each time. Breech versus muzzle loading. Someone may have to explain that a little bit more. Okay, so a gamma triangle is his gun. And then he's got a business card from Jensen and Smith Law Firm in London. Okay, circular delta, I believe that is. And then he joins Laura. He joins Laura as a star. I really wish they had used the same symbol here and on the board. It just seems like there was no point to using different symbols. Why not make a symbol so you could easily see where it is? Why should I have to go back to the book for that? I don't understand that. Okay, so that's Mr. Cole. And the chat says, muzzle loading is loading through the musket like olden times. Breech being the opposite end of the muzzle. I see, okay. So maybe it's just a regular revolver where you knock out the cylinder and you can go put 5 in and then close up the cylinder. You think it's still like that? All right, so that was 11, and now we need to interject 16. Okay, this looks like it's probably going to be the storekeeper, I'm guessing. Let's see what it says. Persistent Zajac, the store manager. Of Polish descent, Florian Zajac is a short, bald man with a perpetually polite smile on his lips. Very condescending, he tends to bow his head forward at each sentence he utters, almost always holding his hands tightly together as if he had washed them with paste. His shop is a general emporium with a little bit of everything. Place this card in the guest stars pile. His location is the shop. So he doesn't have a token. He's just hanging out in the generic catch-all location for all guest stars. And he's got a token. He's got a blue square beta, a plate of spiced meatballs he's very happy to share. Okay, so he's got some meatballs. And it says, hey, if you want, one of our people could eat one of these. One of our stars that's in the shop with him could eat one of these. Or carry it around with them. All right, let's give this to Laura. She can carry 4 items. Maybe she could use it to distract a dog or something, or a beast. So I'm going to have Laura grab a meatball from the plate and put it in her pocket, essentially. A little odd, but okay. Think of it like you're playing an adventure game. You're taking a meatball, putting it in your pocket, like a scene you would see in Day of the Tentacle or Monkey Island. Okay. And now we're still on the interjected card 16. We haven't gone back yet to 15, but before we can go back to 15, we're continuing with the interjection. So this goes with the guest stars, and then we get 17. Looks like maybe we can buy something here. Some rope. Assign this card to Persistent Zajac. Okay, so the shopkeep owns this card, and look what he's got. Assign the following tokens to this card. You can give any star up to 3 or up to 5 if you remove money from them. The token, the gamma circle is money, which Laura has some of. Okay, look at this. This has gotten interesting, like an adventure game. A little bit of work here, though. I guess we have to keep track of these because there could only be one of each, but it seems like a little, like maybe we shouldn't have to. Seems a little awkward to make us do this if we're not going to be taking most of these. It's a little weird to make us go through all this, but okay, let me just put these on here and then we'll read what they are. You guys can be thinking about which of these you want to buy. Okay, so there's all the tokens. And now let's see what we've got. Okay, so the shopkeeper has these items attached to him. Okay, you can give a star up to 3 or up to 5 if you pay cash. So 3 they can get for free and 5 if she spends her money. Then remove the remaining ones. Okay, so this is just a one-shot thing. We can get as many of these right now as we want, and then the rest disappear. Okay, shotgun or revolver ammunition. If a star removes it, they get their thing back. Shotgun or revolver ammunition. This seems like a bit of a bug to me. Let's see if you agree. As I understand it, it looks like it's saying that if a character has a shotgun or a pistol, they would use that, then it uses it up, and then they spend their ammo token to get it back. But I'll show you where I say there's a bug. So here's the father's shotgun or rifle. So the rifle is a red alpha triangle. So it's clear that this ammunition works for that. Okay, even though this is rifle, this is shotgun, that's not the bug I'm talking about. It says shotgun or revolver ammo. But now look at the revolver that the lawyer has. It's a gamma triangle. So this does not match this, even though this is revolver ammo. And we've not seen this. We've not seen this triangle token. So it almost makes me think that this is a bug and this is supposed to match this. Seems like it's revolver ammo. It should match that. Okay. Then we've got rope. Now I want you to remember that on the other side of this card was that rope. The game told us to be wary of looking at pictures and stuff, so that makes me think maybe we should get the rope. A rope, a gas lamp, and some matches. So we get all of those for one. Then we've got a hunting knife. Then we've got a bedroom mirror and a practical magnifying glass. If we think it's Dracula, a mirror might be, we could use it to look and see if he casts a reflection. Then we've got some spices, including garlic beads. Okay. Then we've got a bottle of herbicide, pesticide, and rat poison. A large bucket, a large shovel, and a heavy pickaxe. And a fragrant blend of tea and a bottle of excellent aged brandy. So if we spend our money, we could get 5 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8 total. Well, this is a lot of choice here. I very much want to get the rope, lamp, and matches. So I'd like to lock in that. You guys should be saying in the chat what you want. Did I set this up this way? Yeah, okay, here you go. All right, let's hear what the audience wants. How much can we carry? Oh, that's a good point. Okay, so we can give these to our stars. So Laura can carry 4 total. So if she keeps the meatball, she can only hold 1 more. But the lawyer fiancé can hold 4 total. So he can hold 3 more. So between the 2 of them, they can hold 4. Unless, oh, sorry, he's got something here. He's got a business card. So I'm wrong. He can hold 2. She can hold 1. So unless we eat that meatball. Oh, but she's going to pay the cash for that. Maybe. Okay, so if she doesn't pay the cash, she can hold 1, he can hold 2, that's 3. So that would be our 3 free ones. We could fill them up. If we want to spend the money, we could get 2 more. She could hold 1 of them, and then 1 of them we'd have to throw something away. We could eat the meatball and throw it away in order to have another one. But we're not going to get a chance to come back here because it says remove any remaining ones. Are we really going to have use for money in the future? I feel like probably we should spend our money, but I'm a little concerned about throwing away that meatball, but maybe we should. If I had a choice, I would get the ammo for the gun, unless it's a Dracula that's not going to get wounded by a gun. I definitely want the rope. Mirror and magnifying glass seems like that could come in handy. And then if we needed to dig something up, a shovel and a pickaxe could be useful. Garlic if we're dealing with Dracula. An ashwood staff, is that the wood staff we're going to use to stake someone in the heart? Is this Dracula and we need that staff to stake him in the heart? I think so. Plus we get a knife bonus. Okay. Maybe we don't need the shotgun ammo if we think we're dealing with Dracula. Maybe we need the garlic. Cardamom, dill seeds, garlic heads. The thing is, here's my thinking about the garlic. Like, okay, let's say we are dealing with Dracula. The garlic's not going to kill him. He just won't eat it. But if we have the mirror, then we can find out if it's Dracula. Like the mirror and the garlic seem like ways to tell if someone is Dracula. So I don't think we need both. And I'd rather have the magnifying glass and mirror. That's why I think we can do without the garlic. So if we want our fifth item, if we're agreed we're going to spend the money, then if we take a fifth item, we're going to have to give up one of our other items. It could either be the meatball, or we could give up his business card. Maybe we don't need his business card. Why would we need his business card? Jensen and Smith Law Firm. I think I vote to keep the Perry says garlic is a repellent. And that's an interesting point. You're saying it would defend us against a vampire. So would her chain, but yeah, you got a point. Would you rather? Okay, we don't need the tea, right? And we don't need the brandy, so we can do without that. What about the shovel? Are we really going to not get that shovel? What if we need to dig out his resting spot without a shovel? I guess we could use our knife to do it. Dispaminite says, I know it makes no sense, but I love the idea of brandy and rat poison to make a trap. Okay, so I've picked out a couple things I want. I'm definitely going to let the audience pick the fifth item to get and what to get rid of. So what's it going to be? What does the audience want? Maybe the way we should do this. Now, I've talked before about how there's some channels that fully collaboratively play with the audience. I just feel like sometimes it takes too long to coordinate. But I wonder if we shouldn't, like, on every stream, pick one person to speak for the audience. So maybe Jonathan wants the tea and brandy. Okay, that's insanity. Who else has a different vote? Matt says, I'm actually really liking this supply mechanic. I'm just annoyed by all the symbols. Everyone wants to have a cup of tea. We're facing a monster. Can you guys keep on your tip of your toes instead of drinking tea? A fragrant blend of tea and a bottle of excellent aged brandy. That really does not seem like a wise use of our resources here. The Spaminite says, I'm officially voting for shovel. I think it should be between... I think we're dealing with Dracula, so I don't think the herbicide and pesticide is helpful to us. I think our best bets are either the garlic or the shovel. And I could even be convinced to do away with the shotgun revolver ammo, assuming that it's not going to help us too much. If we do away with that, we could get both of these, the garlic and the shovel. So we have to pick, let's pick two from these. I am open to not buying the ammo. Especially since technically it doesn't work on Mr. Cole's weapon. All right, so what's the vote? Matt says no ammo. Okay, so we're not going to get the ammo. All right, someone else. Well, then we could get both of these. The shovel and pickaxe and the garlic. Is garlic better than ammo? I mean, it's kind of fun. We could make some aromatic herbs. We could make some dish. Is the audience okay with that? Getting garlic instead of Shotgun ammo? We can use the pickaxe as a weapon. All right, so we're locked in. We're going... Wait, this isn't what we want. Oh yeah, this is. Okay, so we're locked in. We're not getting the ammo, and we're agreed we're going to get the pickaxe. Okay, so then the only question is, are we ready to get garlic instead of shotgun ammo and instead of tea? And instead of the pesticide? I don't think we need the pesticide. So that puts this out. And we've agreed we're not going to get shotgun ammo. So do you want garlic and cardamom, or do you want tea? We can combine the garlic with the meatballs also, says the Spaminate. Okay, that's it. We've made our final decision. These get discarded. We're going to take 5. We still have another decision to make. So we're going to divide up these 5 between the 2 of them. We'll have to decide how to divide it up in a minute. She's going to spend her coin to get that. But they still have too many items. So we're going to have to throw one away. So your question is, do you want to throw away the meatball, which is this, or shall we throw away his business card? What do you think? Throw away the meatball or throw away the business card? Can we eat the meatball? There's no action of eating the meatball, so nothing happens. We just lose it. We won't have it. I'm inclined to want to keep the meatball, although we don't have pesticide to put in it. If we bought the pesticide, we could put pesticide in the meatball and give it to an animal. But I guess we have sticks and stuff to attack any animal. Perry says throw away his business card. It's the fact that we didn't get the pesticide that makes me think that meatball's not going to be useful to us, but maybe it still could be. I like the idea of giving him the card to the woman who's been in the crash. Does that mean... let's see. Perry says, are we convinced we're dealing with a vampire? No, we're not. The Spaminite says, I'm hesitant to throw away the business card because it might be the only ID we have. Shall we just eat the meatball? All right, let's just eat the meatball, which is akin to just throwing it away. Maybe we can always pretend like we can come back for it. All right, so that's it. We've decided to not eat a meatball. I mean, not keep the meatball. If it might not be a vampire, maybe it makes sense to toss the garlic. Well, that's an odd strategy. That's an odd philosophy. You're like, it might not be a vampire, so let's throw away the garlic that we just bought. What if it is a vampire? We've thrown away the garlic. I mean, we could throw away the garlic later after it's useless to us. But right now, if it's a vampire, we need it. We've already decided to keep the garlic. All right, so now we have to divide these things up. They each can hold 4. So she's going to keep her gold chain with crucifix, which might be protecting her. Let's give him the garlic because she has the cross that's protecting her, right? Was this the... Oh, this is his business card. All right, so he's going to keep his business card and the garlic. He's going to keep his gun. And then he gets one more thing. Let's give him the shovel. And we'll give her the rope and lamp. Okay, so there we go. She's got a hunting knife to defend herself. She's got the rope and lamp. She's got her gold crucifix. And she's got the mirror and magnifying glass. He's got his gun, his business card, the pickaxe, and the something else that we have to look up. It's a lot. And the garlic. That's his defense against Dracula. She can't hold red. Oh, good point. Thank you for reminding me of that. She can never hold red tokens and never more than 4. Boy, it would have been nice if they colored that red. Okay. Oh, and he can never hold black. All right, well, luckily, that just matches how we've divided it, but that's important for us to remember. Okay. That's a little, that's a lot to deal with all these tokens. Feels like that is prone to lead to problems, but okay, we've successfully done it. We've interjected with 16, 17. We still, believe it or not, are on the interjection stage where we have to interject with 18. Who's this? Jonathan says, is it a good time to take another break? Okay, let's take a break here. This is very interesting. Very interesting. We'll take our 8-minute break here. We'll come back. We'll continue with our interjections. We've stocked up on goods. Took us a good half an hour to decide what to buy at the store. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back playing Penny Dreadfuls of Victorian London. And we've just spent a lot of time in the shop agonizing over our purchases. I did have a thought. I was thinking, if we think there's a vampire afoot here, we think it might be the father. I was thinking it could also be the boyfriend. But then I had a thought. Why is it not the boyfriend? How do we know the boyfriend isn't a vampire? If I put together something that was said on the chat with how we've divvied up the items, I think we can clear the boyfriend, because that's right. We've given the boyfriend the garlic to hold. And the game hasn't stopped us from that. It says he can't carry black, but he can carry the garlic. I think that means that he's not a vampire. The father, on the other hand, actually has no limits on what he can carry. So we could, if they were in the same place, which they are neighbors, he could carry the garlic also. So if we're trying to be clever and outwit the game, that would suggest that the father and the boyfriend, neither of them are vampires, assuming that the vampire really doesn't like garlic. I'm not sure if that's one of those parts of vampire lore that's real or not, that's canon or not. Okay, let's continue with our interjecting of card 18 and see who this is. It's Maud, the crazy old woman. Presumably in her 70s, with thick glasses and light brown hair cut in a bob, quite uncombed and not very clean. She wears a heavy coat a couple of sizes larger than it should be, and a homemade crochet scarf. She has an annoyed expression and looks at everyone sideways with distrust. She walks around holding a filthy bag tight to her chest as if it were a treasure. Someone says it's full of rocks. Place this card in the guest stars area. Maud is always present in locations from 4 to 2. So 4 to 2, she's always roaming around these locations. This game is really a little bit fiddly, expecting you to remember all these symbols and things. And all right. Now, assign these 3 items to her. You can exchange any of her tokens with others of the same shape or color. Okay. So, all right, let's do this and then we'll talk about this. This game is a little bit really pushing what is within the realm of acceptably fiddly. It feels like it's really walking the boundaries here. All right, so we've given her these 3 items. One is a ruined statuette depicting the reclining god Anubis, a trinket for tourists. She's also got a cheap edition of Sheridan Le Fanu's book Carmilla, Dirty, Wet, and Moldy. And she's got a worn cowboy hat with a bullet hole and a handwritten inner label reading Chandler. And then it says we can exchange items with her. So it tells us that she's always in these 4 locations. Wait, did I misread that? Sorry, she's at locations from 4 to 12. So it's not 1 to 4, it's 4 to 12. So she's here. 4, 7, 11, 8, 5, 6, 9, 12. She's in this area here, this odd shaped area. She's roaming around. It sounds like she's a way for us to exchange items between people. Like we can always, if one person was here and one person's here, we could exchange an item with her and then exchange it as a way to transfer it between people. Odd. Jonathan Warner points out something very useful to us. Jonathan says, hey, Carmilla is a vampire story. That is LaFanu's book Carmilla is a vampire story. Okay, more evidence that we're dealing with vampires, which has made our choice to get the garlic feel a little bit better. All right, so she's a guest star. So we put her with the guest stars up here somewhere. We still haven't encountered our villain yet. All right, so now that we've finished our interjecting, we can turn this over. Now, before I turn this over, is there anything you want to swap out with Maud, the crazy woman? Because she is at location 5. We could trade stuff with her. I don't think there's any reason we would want to. All right, let's read this card. Kind of crazy, though. And Tina has come in to say hello. Okay, Mansion was on 3. Okay, here we go. Now we can flip this over. Store shopping, preparing for the worst. Today we went to the Epsom store to shop for necessities. Remember, Epsom was the area where there were strange animal attacks. The manager asked if we needed to defend ourselves against rabid dogs, as there appeared to be a few around, and we weren't the first customers to prepare against this uncanny danger. He was told that these dangerous beasts are slaughtering each other in the alleys. The veterinary school of Baldwin Street is examining the remains to try to figuring things out. A little bit of a typo there. Try to figure things out. Nutty old Maud, on the other hand, obviously claims that animals have nothing to do with it and that such oddities are caused by an ancient curse. So we have a choice. We can either say, I'm determined to go to the veterinary school in Baldwin Street to better understand the situation. Or we could go to the library to research the ancient curses and legends that old Maud mentions. Could the patient be in danger? Well, let's see what the chat wants to do. Vote right-hand side is Jonathan. I am inclined to agree. I think we think there's a vampire on the loose. So I want to vote not for the vet. Although I think we might get useful information at the vet. The vet might tell us that the animals were attacked and their blood drained. So I'm not convinced that we wouldn't get good information from the vet. But the veterinary school doesn't sound like they might not even be examining. Oh, no, it does say the veterinary school is examining remains. So if we go up here, they might be able to tell us that someone was drinking the blood of the animals. So it's not that I think this is useless information, but if we research the curse that the crazy woman mentions, it does say the patient could be in danger. Maybe we're going to get information about, I don't know now. I'm not sure now because this one is just going to be general research. I feel like we might just learn research about vampires that we already know. Or maybe it would be better for us to gain actual facts about the attacks. I'm not sure now. I think this might be a case where it might be better for us to split our vote and keep one of these cubes and let fate do it for us. Let's do that. I'll put Jonathan audience vote for right hand side. I'm going to say we go to the vet school to better understand the situation. And we're going to let fate decide what to do here, which gives us a cube to hold on to, which we might need. All right, so we turn over a card here. Okay. So the game voted 2 cubes on the left-hand side, which means the left hand's going to win. That means that the audience gets their cube back. I lose my cube because I won. And the game won for the first time, so this goes in this pile. So we came out of this a cube ahead for the audience that could be used for a trial, but we went to the vet school. So we throw this away and we get card 21. I believe I've done that right. That doesn't look like the right card. Go to the vet school. 21 comes into play. Okay. Maybe that's it. Did you put the audience cube in the right container? I think I did. These are the audience cubes on my left. 3, 1, 2, 7. So I should have less. Yeah, I have 6. You guys have 7. Okay. Because we didn't go where you wanted to go. All right, so the star goes to location H, and the school comes into play. All right, so we travel to H. We travel from E to H, and the school comes into play on 8. Okay. All right. And then before we get to turn this over, 22 interject. Okay. Who's this? Dr. Reynolds, the veterinary school director. Andrew Reynolds is a straightforward and pragmatic man who loves to say things without mincing words. He reveals that the lethal bites that killed the dogs are not compatible with the jaw prints of the type of dog normally used for illegal fighting in the area. Therefore, either new breeds have been introduced in the ring or the predator is not a dog, especially since some corpses show peculiar signs of blood loss. In both cases, in the absence of further evidence, scientifically he cannot make further observations. Sure, sounds like we're dealing with a vampire. Okay, now he gets 2 tokens. He gets a muzzle, a leash, and an ultrasonic whistle for dogs, or a padded sleeve cover for dog trainers and anesthetic drug for veterinary use. So at any time, we can get rid of a blue gamma, which we don't have any of, and give them one of these, but we don't have that symbol anymore. Oh, that's money. We could spend money to buy those, but we have no more money. All right, so we're just going to get, right now we don't have any money, so let's just give him his stuff. There's his muzzle and his sleeve cover. All right, well, we can't afford these, so there's no point worrying about them for now. And then he goes off to the side with the other guest stars, which we're trying to keep track of. That one. Okay. Got a lot of guest stars that are just, they tell us where they are. Okay, that was Dr. Reynolds. He says blood loss, not attacked by animals. Would a padded sleeve stop a vampire bite, says Jonathan. Maybe. Okay, so we interjected 22. I'll tell you another thing design-wise that would have been useful. Like, being able to see what card number this was in the corner would be quite useful. Instead of having to try to remind yourself by flipping it over. Okay, so anytime we want, we can buy one of those if we have money, but we don't have any money. All right, let's continue. What is this statue of outside the vet school? Looks like it. I thought this was an Egyptian Anubis or something, but okay. An expert's opinion. Dr. Reynolds, director of the veterinary school, argues that to verify at the source, one would have to infiltrate the abandoned theater where illegal dog fights are known to take place. Alternatively, he advises us to visit a certain Sir Orloff, an eccentric scholar who collects curious and mysterious finds in his private museum. We are tempted, left-hand side is we are tempted by the idea of inspecting the abandoned theater. Or what if we visited the Orloff Museum? So, I mean, it's talking about these illegal dog fights as if we got more information about them. We just barely heard them mentioned by this guy, but we don't think that those are dogs related at all. So my vote is clearly going to be neither of these are that interesting, but it sounds like maybe some strange, mysterious find might be more up our alley rather than going to the illegal dogfight place, right? Okay, Jonathan also wants to vote for here. Seems like there should be some better way of me keeping track of who votes here, but if we both vote for this, okay, that's it. If there are other people in the audience that would like to participate and vote along with Jonathan, feel free to put your vote in. Otherwise, I'm happy to continue. Okay, so let's see what the game. Professor ABR says also right-hand side. Okay, so the audience is committed. Let's see what the game wants. The game also wants strongly to vote on the right-hand side. Now, this is a little concerning that we keep drawing these white tokens when we haven't needed them, because we're going to start drawing black ones, which is going to break the tie in favor of the game. In this case, however, everyone got their way. So we're going to go on the right-hand side, and we put this here, meaning the game got its way. So it doesn't... It got its way, so it's out of the thing. It had some influence. Okay, and then we spend our votes. And we throw this in the trash and get card 27. Okay. Let me remind you that there are 72 cards in this deck. Okay, so here's the museum. There's a bear. The pawn moves to M, and the museum comes into play on 12. Okay, so our star, who's Laura and her boyfriend, Mr. Cole, her fiancé, are going to M. Museum comes into play on 12. Okay, we're going to the Orloff Museum. And before we turn this over, 28 interjects. This interjection is a weird mechanic. I still don't fully wrap my head around how it's being used, like why it's interjection instead of just telling us. Yeah, it's weird. I'll have to think about it some more. Okay, who have we got here? This is the Orloff guy who has this museum. Joachim Orloff, owner of the homonymous museum. He is a man in his 50s to 60s, but it is difficult to precisely guess his age. Despite his youthful face and attentive gaze, his body looks much older. Long, bony fingers, a curved back, and a prominent belly suggesting an ingrained habit of drinking alcohol. After overcoming his initial suspicion, he begins to speak, and he sounds like a 100-year-old man. His voice is low and hoarse, almost a whisper, and what he says seems to come from the dawn of time, as if he had witnessed it personally. If you remove a square gamma from a star, 29 interjects. What on earth? First of all, we don't have a square gamma. We could have gotten one with tea and brandy. So he's a drinker. If we had brought him a glass of brandy, he would have talked to us. Otherwise, it's totally useless. Otherwise, he has got nothing for us. He's just hanging out in the museum. So that did nothing for us. That whole trip to the museum, worthless. It only costed us a voting cube instead of going to the dog place. All right. Oh, but I guess we're still... That was like an interjection. We're still now going to the museum, I guess, proper. That was just a little sidebar. Let's see. Anomalies and aberrations, unexplained phenomena. Sir Orloff turned out to be a strange and wary fellow. He's turned his home into a museum where he collects bones, fossils, and artifacts that official science would call anomalies and aberrations. He explained to us that what no longer exists or cannot be found in scientific texts is classified as legends, lies, and hoaxes. But there are still many unexplained phenomena in the world. Finally, he also showed us a human skull with canines so sharp that they looked like those of a feline. He had bought it from Roger Pearson, a regular at the White Bear Club. It belonged to the Talbots, a well-known noble family in Wilt. Now, this is an interesting choice. Now we've got a choice. Let us go to the club and talk to Pearson, as Orloff suggests. Or let's venture south towards Wilt to investigate the Talbot family. It feels like either of these could be useful to us. One thing that's throwing me a little bit is the game tells us in the beginning, pay attention to the art, the titles, and everything. Nothing is redundant. Everything is useful. So here we are at the museum. We see this bear. I'm just like, it would be unfair if the fact that there's a bear here meant we should follow this, right? He bought it from Roger Pearson, a regular at the White Bear Club. That would be an unfair kind of clue. Just the fact that there was a bear here meant it was telling us the right thing to do. A human skull with canines so sharp that they looked like those of a feline. He had bought it from Roger Pearson, a regular at the White Bear Club. It had belonged to the Talbots, a well-known noble family. I mean, it feels like you should go to the source, right? Why waste time talking to the internet? Okay, I saw we got disconnected briefly from YouTube for a second or two. You guys probably noticed that. But we should be back now. Can someone confirm in the chat that we are, in fact, back online? John says, maybe we need the business card to get into the club. We are back. Okay, so I've got my plugin that alerts me very clearly when we go offline. That's very useful. Pat myself on the back. Professor ABR says we should talk to Pearson. All right. Well, any other votes from the audience? I'm sort of undecided. Could talk to Pearson. Orloff is suggesting that we do that. That would be a reason to do it. But if Pearson got it from the Talbots, maybe we should just go straight to the horse's mouth and talk to the Talbots. But I think Pearson, and Jonathan wants Pearson, and Professor ABR says Pearson. Okay, so the audience says left-hand side, talk to Pearson. If I vote with you, we can pretty much guarantee we can do that. If I vote here, we'll save a cube, but we put it in the hands of fate. I think I'm going to vote with the group. I think we should be more methodical. Let's talk to Pearson and the White Bear Club, which I'm curious about. So now we turn over a cube from the game. It is splitting it. So it would have been better if I voted this. Then we could still do whatever we wanted, but we would get a cube back regardless. So we got our way. It's another white token. I don't like that. Both of our voting cubes got spent. And now we've got this confusing situation where the game got what it wanted, but didn't get what it wanted. But now I am remembering, I think, that this is given as an example in the game. So in this example, the game voted one for each. Since the game also voted for the choice that did not win, it's placed in the two pile. So there's two statements that are contradictory about when to put it in which pile, but this example makes sense to me. So in other words, the game is not going to get credit, is not going to get blamed if things go wrong, or credit if it gets successful. That goes in the two pile, which means it's as if we didn't listen to the game. But we've now gone to talk to Pearson. So card 40 comes into play, and this goes in the trash. Trash. Does this go in the trash? Trash. Trash. Okay, 40. Now, this is interesting. Is this not what Jonathan said? Maybe we're going to need our business card. So now, Look how odd this is. It's on the front of this card. Law firm Jensen and Smith. I'm a little bit nervous that these pictures are not just clues to the mystery, but telling us what to do. But all right, let's follow this and see. Okay, so the star pawn moves to Q and the club comes into play on 14. Okay, so the star moves to Q, always neighboring, so that's telling us we're doing the right thing. And the club comes into play. Okay, so we're going to the club now. All right, let's see if this is a hint about what to do. What if we threw this away and we didn't have it? Let's find out. The White Bear Club stopped at the entrance. We reached the White Bear Club and it didn't seem like a particularly aristocratic place, even if you can't see much from the outside. A thug at the door, well-dressed but certainly bad-mannered, stepped forward and asked Peter to introduce himself as soon as we approached the entrance. If you have the triangle alpha or the triangle gamma, they must be removed. So we don't have either of those. We don't have those, but what are they? Triangle alpha or triangle gamma? We've not encountered. Oh, yes. Actually, we did. Sorry, it's not gamma. It's if you have the triangle alpha or triangle delta, which we don't have. But what is the triangle alpha? Okay, so the triangle alpha is the gun. I think it's checking for guns. But now this, remember what I said here? I said I thought this was a typo because the revolver ammo mentions a alpha triangle, which is the shotgun, and a delta triangle. And I pointed out that this revolver seems like it should match this, but it doesn't. But look, here it is again referring to this. So my guess, this is further evidence that this is a typo. That this symbol should actually be this symbol. Then it makes sense that they don't want us in there with a gun. So we've got a couple choices. Right now, it's not game important, so we're going to not worry about it. We'll just pretend like Mr. Cole has kept his revolver in his boot and snuck it in. But if it comes up, we may want to revisit that. Okay, so this is a non-trivial little bug, if this is the case. Okay, so now... and now we've got a trial, or a check. This is called a check. Trial, we have to pay cubes. A check, you just check. So let's see. Let me introduce myself. If you remove the business card, or what else is that token? Well, we haven't seen that token. But if you remove the business card, then you pass. If you don't, let's see what happens. If you cannot or do not want to, throw it in the trash. Everyone receives a black cube. Then we move a token to the 2 pile, meaning the game gets less credit, and 47 comes in. All right, well, we're surely going to show them our card, right? So we're going to take the business card and we spend it. So Mr. Cole says, let me introduce myself. He takes his business card, he gives it to the guy, and then this goes in the trash and 45 comes out. All right, so we passed our test. Now, there's one other rule for solo play. Let's look at it since this is the first time. Whenever a check is missed, you put a tile back into the used thing, meaning the game gets treated like it has less control over it. That's a very weird mechanic, but it doesn't matter because we passed the test. All right, so 45 comes into play. It's a good thing we didn't throw out that business card like I wanted to. I was ready to keep the meatball and throw out the business card. But you guys said to keep it, so we kept it. It seems like that was the right thing to do. Okay. The star moves to T. I think we're going inside the club now. Then 46 interjects. So before we get a chance to revolve this, we get 46. Oh boy. Who's this guy? Looks a little scary. I do think the art on these cards is pretty good. Do we want to study this? Is there anything we want to do? Do we want to... let's see. There's Roger Pearson, treasure hunter. A handsome man with a slightly scruffy look, as if he just came back from a daring adventure. I thought you said 42, then drew 45. Sorry. So, okay, let's back it up. Let's take a look. Okay. So, we succeeded, so 45 comes into play. If we had failed, it would be 47. So we succeeded, so 45 comes in. So here's 45. But 45 tells us move the pawn, and then 46 interjects. So that's why we got 46. I appreciate the checking, so please keep it up. Don't feel bad if you check something and it turns out that I did the right thing. Better to do that than to stay silent while I make a mistake. I'll make lots of mistakes in these kinds of games. It's good to have someone to make sure I don't. Okay, he's got some club with him. He has abrupt and instinctive manners. He likes to drink, have fun, and do business. He may sound arrogant, but basically he's an incurable optimist who thinks he can afford to act as he wishes. If he drinks too much, he loosens his tongue and indulges in foul language, slightly forgetting about good manners, especially towards ladies. So we can assign a thing to him, which is nothing we have. We don't have a square black alpha. Oh, we're supposed to just give him one now. Okay, so we assign a square alpha to him. If we give him the gold chain, which is what Laura has, or something that we don't have, together with a square gamma or square delta, you can give a square black alpha to a star. And a square black alpha is a rare and precious fossil of the skull of a Synarctus, and now extinct canid. So a skull from some dog species, canine species. So what do we have to give him? We have to give him some rare item like her necklace. And then we also have to give him... What else does he want? A square blue gamma or a square blue delta. What is that? A square blue gamma is the brandy. It's another guy who wants liquor. And the delta I don't know what that is. I don't see it on any other card. Although there are a lot of them, it would be easy to miss it. But we don't have that. So we can't do that. So we put him as yet another guest star. We are running out of space here on the table. Maybe I better move this somewhere else. So that's it. We had our interjection with him. He's offering to give us a skull. We don't know why we would want that, and we can't afford to buy it. All right, so now we're back to resolving the club event. We don't know what this hat is about. Treasure hunters, people in the know. Once we entered the White Bear, we were led to a secluded room where a man was talking to his friends. We introduced ourselves, and I explained to them the reason for our visit. Roger Pearson and his people are consummate hunters of antiquities and oddities. Pearson suggested we continue our investigation by examining the Talbot family ossuary in the cemetery of Wilt, a small god-forsaken village to the south. Then his associates burst out laughing as if he had just made a hilarious joke. So we've got a choice here. We can either say, we have a lead, let us immediately leave by train and head south towards Wilt. Or, they're mocking us, let us go back to Blacker Mansion to take stock of the situation. Huh. Jonathan says they're mocking us. Let's go back to the mansion. I am a little put off by these things feeling like they're clues as to what choice we should make. Like, this seems like a hat you wear for travel, but Roger Pearson are consummate hunters of antiquities. I mean, we had two choices now to go to Wilt. And if it's a cemetery where Dracula might be hiding, this feels to me like this is what we should do. Go to Wilt. Feels to me like this is our lead. Like, Wilt may be where the Dracula lives. If we go back home, all right, let's see what the chat wants to do. So Jonathan says they're mocking us. Let's go back to Backer Mansion. Jonathan says, I want to see if dear old dad is still alive at back home. Yeah, that's reasonable. That's reasonable. Wonder why they're laughing at him. Is it because he believes in vampires and they don't? All right, anyone else in the chat want to agree with Jonathan and change your vote? Or do you want to go with Jonathan's vote? Last chance. If you vote with me, we can guarantee to visit Wilt. If you go here, we're leaving ourselves in the hands of fate. I'm going to give you a couple more seconds for anyone else in the audience to chime in. You could imagine this could be a fun moment if you're playing with a group of 6 people. People disagreeing, saying, I want to do this, I want to do this, and then having a real honest vote about it. And then with the person whose turn it is getting final say. I like that idea. It's a little weirder to play this solo, this decision. All right, so if no one else in the audience is chiming in, we're going to stick with this. I voted left. Jonathan voted go back home. Let us see what the game says. Okay, so the game voted 1 for each. So it's up to us, up to me. It seems a little unfair because I'm always the active player. I could give the audience a choice. This would be a good time to flip a coin, but we're just going to go with me because I have to take some of the responsibility here. So the game token goes in the 2 pile because it didn't get to do exactly what it wanted. So that went there. Jonathan didn't get to do what he wanted, so he keeps this cube. We did do what I wanted, so this gets used up, which is a little bit dangerous for me, because now I only have 4 and you guys have 5. It feels like there should be 1 more than you have than me, because we already did that once. I might owe another cube to the supply. But okay, I'm taking this choice. Next chance, if we have a disagreement, I'll go with what you want. But for now, we're gonna go to Wilt. So this goes away and 53 comes out. Oh, look at that. So let me just point out, there's something weird about these illustrations feeling like half the time they're giving us hints. They're totally abstract, like there's no reason for there to be garlic at the cemetery, I guess. It's just... But okay, so we're moving to W. And now the cemetery token comes out. We're in Wilt now. We've taken the train to Wilt. This could be the showdown for us. Okay. The rediscovered tomb. Truth at last. Thanks to the information we received, we reached the castle cemetery. There we found the tomb of Countess Magdalene Talbot. But unfortunately, it was empty. Suddenly, the villain comes into play at the cemetery. 50 interjects. All right, so stop reading. So now, you might think we did good by going to the cemetery, but maybe if we had gone home, we could have stocked up on equipment and brought the father with us with his shotgun. And the fact that we didn't means we've ended up in the cemetery ill-prepared. I'm a little nervous about that. Okay, but it says the villain comes into play on the cemetery. A little scary. Okay, villain comes into play in the cemetery, and then card 50 interjects. Okay, so let's get card 50. Oh boy. I think I detect a little bit of a fang under those lips of hers. You know, she looks a little like Laura, to be honest. Don't you think? A little bit different nose, but eyes are a bit similar. All right, Laura, keep your cross on. She's got a crown of some sort. Countess Talbot. She's the woman saved by Dr. Backer. Her face is miraculously healed. Only a few conspicuous scars are left. I guess if we had gone home, we would have found out she healed and left. Her gaze is fiery, her nostrils quivering, her mouth twisted in a diabolical grin. With a chilling laugh, she bares her white and pointed canines, and you realize she is Countess Talbot, the victim of an ancient curse that made her immortal, but perpetually thirsty for blood. Centuries ago, she was imprisoned in her coffin by a miserable country priest through an arcane ritual. She remained trapped for a long time, racked by her unquenchable thirst, burning with hatred. Unexpectedly, a recent earthquake devastated her crypt and broke the seals that were holding her prisoner. Free at last, she satisfied her appetite on the local inhabitants, who organized themselves and began to hunt her, forcing her to go north in search of new prey. Place this card with the villain. If 7 or 12 are in play, place them in the archive and any tokens on them are transferred to this card. So she's killed 7 or 12. I think if we had gone home, we might have discovered that. Then everyone loses a voting block, and we do this. Okay, so let's talk about this for a second. First of all, it tells us if 7 or 12 are in play. Remember how I said before, boy, it would be nice if these cards told us the numbers on their fronts. Now that really comes into play, because now we got to look for cards 7 or 12. I think one of them is going to be the father, and if we had gone home, we would have seen he died. No, he's 3. What about the lawyer? No, well, that's good. What about Laura? That would be terrible. No. Okay, Maud? No. The shopkeeper? No. Dr. Reynolds? No. It looks like we don't have any of those people in play, but that's oh, here. That's the woman we recovered, because now she's turned into Countess Talbot. Okay, so this card gets thrown away. That's unfortunate that the numbers aren't on the other side of that. Okay, and card 12 isn't in play. I'm just going to confirm that by looking for 12. Okay, so I see 12 in the pile, so that's fine. All right, so we've done that. And we lost any tokens. Thankfully, none there. Okay, then everyone loses a voting cube. Okay, so I lose 1, you lose 1. Okay. I have a feeling I've got 1 extra already that I shouldn't have, but let's not worry about that. And then what does it say? Then it says move a purple from 1 to 3. So we're moving a purple from 1 to 3. What does that do? It makes the game score consider our game opponent as being more involved than it was a minute ago. Less tokens here means more involvement. Okay, so it's taking responsibility for doing something against us. And then that's it. That's it for our interjection of Countess Talbot. Oh, and then she is the villain. So she is going out on the board in the villain space. These are over here somewhere. I can put these away. All right. All right, so we've brought out our villain, Countess Talbot. The same woman we saved is now looking at us like she wants to kill us. But we're pretty well equipped. Garlic. All right, so now we return to resolving this card. All right, now it says if you remove a blue triangle gamma, receive a voting cube. What is that? We do have one. What does it represent? It's our garlic. So we're going to spend the garlic from a star. That's our star, Mr. Cole. He's with Laura. So he's going to do it. If we want, I suppose we don't have to. And then we get a voting cube, which we may need it to, yes, this is a trial, so we're going to need those cubes. So let's do that. So we're going to spend this. We're throwing our garlic at her. And we're each getting a black cube, which we're going to now use to try to defeat her. Okay, so one for you, one for you, one for me. Okay, we've done that now. And we move from 3 to 2, which means the game takes less credit for the outcome. Okay, now we have our first trial. We've never done this before. Here it is. You must bid a number of cubes equal to the number of players times 2, then add 2. So we'd have to spend 6 cubes to win. We do have, let's see, we have a total of 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we have a total of 9. So we absolutely could spend 6. And don't forget, we turn over a tile, which could add 1 or 2 or 3 or 0. It says, if you have, however, a round alpha yellow, which we don't have, what is it? I'd like to know. I don't see any card that has it, so I don't know what that is. Or a pentagon alpha yellow, which we do have. That's the crucifix. But if you have this or this equal to the number of players plus 1, I'm not... I see. Okay, this is a little misleadingly read, but here's how I'm reading it. If we didn't have this token, we'd have to bid number of players times 2 plus 2. If we do have it, the test is a lot easier. It's just the number of players plus 1. So our test, because we have this, and we didn't throw it out, we just have to bid 3 cubes. And then it's saying, by the way, when you turn over the contribution from the game, decrease its contribution. So I don't think we should rely on the game to contribute any, but we only have to put in 3. So as a group, we put in 3, and whoever bids the most receives an extra disc, which helps them be MVP at the end of the game. So I suggest that the audience puts in 2, and I put in 1 since I have less than you. And if you win, you'll get a disc, which gives you more credit for the victory. And it looks like Jonathan is agreeing with me. We only need to put in 3 cubes since we have the cross instead of 6. Okay, so that cross is really helping us, which we suspected it would because of vampire. All right, so I say we put in all 3 ourselves. Don't rely on the game contributing any, especially with this decrease. Is everyone happy with that? Chat agrees to put in 2 cubes. Okay, good. And if a token turns over and says 0, are we going to count that as a -1? No. You can't contribute -1. So this is going to be a guaranteed success for us. The only thing that could happen is the game could win the disc if it contributes more than 2. All right, here we go. Players bid cubes, and then we see if we succeed. All right, so we're going to turn over this token. It's white, meaning we break ties of deciding who gets it, but we pull another token. Okay, so it's contributing 1 cube, and we pull another token. Okay, it's black, which means nothing in this case. Only you look at the first card. And it tells us to draw another tile, but the game rules say in small print that you never draw more than 3. So this is the final number that the game contributes, 1 cube. Minus 1 is 0. So the game contributes 0, but we contributed 3 as a group. So we did succeed. The audience contributed the most cubes too. So the audience gets this little disc reward. These all get spent. These from a trial go into the removed cube tiles, I guess. I'm pretty sure they go removed. Let's see. Are removed. Okay, so they go into this pile, meaning the game gets credit for helping us, I guess. And that's it. So we passed the trial. Thank God we had the crucifix, otherwise it was going to cost us a fortune. Place this card in the trash after Countess Talbot goes in the trash. The token and the figure and the token are removed. So that's it. We've killed her. We've killed her. Or we've defeated her. Surely the game's not over. We still have our stake, our shovels, everything. So surely the game's not over. But the Countess is going in the trash. We've scared her away, I guess. Put this in the trash after she goes in. Okay. And her token on the board, her pawn, runs away. And now she didn't have any tokens with her. 55 now comes into play. Okay, but we're not going home yet. And then this comes into the trash. Okay, so we're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll find out what this is all about. We're staying at the cemetery or the club, it looks like. All right, time for a break. We'll come back. We'll see how this goes. Are we done? Have we solved it? Have we killed the vampire? Or is there another villain that we need to face? We'll find out in 8 minutes. Well, we're back. We're in a weird situation here. We stumbled into the cemetery. The vampire came out. We threw garlic at it and it ran away. And that's it. It said, take the villain off the board, throw her in the trash. So we're kind of wondering, is this it? Is the game over? We've only been... This is the deck of cards we haven't seen yet. We've been through about 25 of 72 cards, so a little more than a third of the cards. Very strange. So I don't think it's going to be over yet. The channel seems to think that maybe it is going to be over. We're about to resolve card 55. The only thing I want to remind us is something very important that we forgot in the heat of this battle. Before you flip over cards, you can move items around between people. And this is very important because we've got young Laura has certain items. Her fiancé who's with her has certain items. Then we've also got Maud, who is actually not adjacent to us, so we can't trade with Maud at this point, although she doesn't seem to have anything that we really want. And then this guy, who's got a muzzle and padded sleeve, he needs money to get his stuff, and he's far away, so we couldn't even get to him. And the skull of the extinct canid, he's near the club, so we actually could interact with him and get this if we could afford it. We could give him the crucifix and something else we don't have. If we had traded for the crucifix, we would have been in a lot of trouble because we needed that crucifix. So essentially, there's nothing we can do except we could trade between Laura and Mr. Cole. Like, if Mr. Cole is going to get killed now, he no longer has the garlic, right? We used that, so he could get killed. Does he have anything we want to give to Laura before he gets killed? Well, she can't hold reds. So she can't hold any of these. I guess there's nothing for us to do. All right, let's continue. Let's see if this game is over or if it's just beginning. So we move the pawn to W. We were actually already in W. They look like they've got a cart here. Let's see what happens. The nightmare is not yet over. A tragic fate. I must have fainted in the heat of the struggle. Peter told me that he injured the creature and momentarily chased it off. In a panic, we fled Wilt as fast as possible to return home. The journey was wild. First we rode a farm cart, then a ramshackled carriage, and finally a railway train much slower than our anguish. When we arrived in the evening, the house was deserted. We found my father wandering among the graves of our family cemetery, pale and confused, near my mother's tomb. He tried to avoid us by hiding his face in his hands. The nightmare was hardly over. What was cruel fate still holding for us? Put this card in the trash and pass the turn. He's hiding his face. I think he's been bitten. Remember, the vampire, who's now just been chased off and injured, she's not dead. And remember that she was the woman that the father was caring for alone in the house. So I think he's been bitten. That's why he's hiding his face. So we got to be careful now of the father. Now it says we've gone home, but it hasn't told us to move our token to home. But maybe it will on the next card. All right, so Jonathan, how do you feel about it not being over yet? Okay, this goes in the trash and 63 comes out. Now, you know what this is, don't you? I think these drawings are clues. This is going to be the father's cane because the father's cane is described to us here. It's a walking stick in dark lacquered wood with a silver tip and pommel. So that looks like it, and it's bloody on the tip. Are we home yet? It's not over yet. May the Lord help us. The villain moves to the cemetery and 56 interjects. This is very strange to me. We were just described how it said move the pawn to W. That's all the way up here in the cemetery. Then we turned it over, and then it says we fled possible home. We got in the cart, we got in this, and we arrived home and saw the father. Okay, then as soon as we saw the father, it says move the villain to the cemetery, and then 56 interjects. So let's put this over under here. Let's do what it says. So this person that we just told us to remove comes back out. I guess she's going to be sleeping in the cemetery. 56 interjects. I don't know why it didn't tell us to move home. So let's see what 56 is. Okay. It's the same walking stick. Jonathan says, technically, we're in our family cemetery, not the Talbot, but for some reason the game is just using the same space for all cemeteries. I think you might be right. So rather than returning us home to the mansion, it's saying that we're in now the family cemetery. But shouldn't the father then at least be there? Like the fact that the father's still here, they can't both be true. Either we're in our own cemetery and the father should be there. So I don't know. Let's find out. But 56 is interjecting. And there's his cane again. Mr. Backer, the vampirized father, just as I feared. Oh, he is there. That's him now. That's the father. That's the father. He's turned into a vampire just as we predicted. All of our predictions come true. The next card. When he finally turned towards us, we understood that we were facing the pale shadow of a man. His skin was deadly white and anemic. His eyes were red and sunken in their sockets. Injected with a mad and desperate light, his hands were reduced to shrunken and trembling claws, and his teeth, protruding and sharp like those of a ravenous beast. He begged us to stay away from him, saying it was too late for him. He sobbingly told us that when we were away, the Countess made him her own, biting him and transforming him into an inhuman, bloodthirsty creature. At the height of despair, he kicked on the ground with anger, raised his voice, and yelled at us to flee before it was too late. Maybe if we had gone home like Jonathan said, we could have saved him. Okay, now, place this card in the villain. He's our new villain. And he moves from... Dr. Backer moves from the guest stars to the trash, and all of his tokens are removed. So in other words, the vampirized Dr. Backer is now the villain, and this old Dr. Backer is put in the trash along with his walking stick, which we no longer have access to. Thankfully, we bought our own wooden stake. Otherwise, we would have needed that. All right. Well, we've got ourselves a vampirized villain. Now he's screaming at us to get out. So we may have to make a decision about whether to kill him or run for it. Now, as Jonathan was right to surmise, we are in our family cemetery, not the Talbot cemetery now. But it's over here, not here. I don't know why. Shouldn't it have told us put the cemetery here? I don't know. Okay, here we go. My father's words turned into an animal snarl, and with a sudden burst he lunged at us. Peter instinctively grabbed him to protect me, and they fell to the ground in a desperate struggle. Oh boy, I feel bad for Peter. If you remove a blue triangle gamma from a star, all players receive a thing. Okay, but we can't do that because we don't have it. I think that was the garlic, but we already used up our garlic. So we could have had a choice to not use it that other time, but we did use it, so we can't do that. Next. To pass, you must bid a number of cubes equal to the number of players plus 2. 6. We have exactly 6. If the stars have a square alpha or a round black beta, then it's an easier test, but we don't have either of those. What were those? So let's see, this round black beta we've never seen? Or was it on a card that we could have gotten? I don't see any card. I don't see any way we could have gotten that thing. So that was just something we could have gotten if we had gone on a different path. And then the square yellow alpha, same thing. Square yellow alpha, oh, look at that, no. The square yellow alpha is his walking stick, which we could have taken from him earlier in the game. Perhaps we could have even taken it from him right before he turned. If we had thought about that, then right before we turned this over, look at that. So we made a mistake. We got 2 cards that had this on the drawing. Before we turned this card over, we knew what was coming. The only thing that was misleading was where this guy was. Really, the game pretended he was here, but he should have been here. If we had thought about that, then we could have had Mr. Cole take... Actually, he can never hold blacks. But he could have traded with Laura, and Laura could have taken this. If we had done that, then then we would have an easier test, a substantially easier test. However, this feels a little unfair because we purposefully bought this long ashwood staff, specifically so we would have a wooden stake to use. So it feels unfair that it's telling us if we had his walking stick, although the walking stick had a silver tip, maybe that's what makes it stronger. So Jonathan is a little bit disagreeing with me. I don't think he was in the same space. If he wasn't in the same space, we couldn't have traded. That's true. But the game was somewhat flawed in that It pretended that they were in different places, but really the moment we showed up here, we should have been in the same place with them. So that feels to me like a bug. Like it had this token here, it had us here, but clearly from the description of the story, we were in the family cemetery. So either this should have been here or this guy should have been here, and we should have had the opportunity to take his staff. All right, well, if we lose the game, I might back up to that because that seems like a bug in the game. Clearly from the story, we were in the same exact location as the father before he revealed himself. Now, I don't think we would have remembered to take his staff. And I also think it's a valid complaint that having bought the Ashwood staff, it feels like that should have also been this. But okay. So it's time to bid on this. Are we allowed to see the consequences? All right, so it wants us to contribute 6 cubes as a group. So let me point out, we have exactly 6. But then the game is going to contribute some. Might contribute 0, might contribute 1. Now, I don't think there's much of a difference between holding one out, because even if you spend them all, you still get to vote. It would only be if a trial comes up. We wouldn't have cubes to spend. But if a trial comes up, it's going to need a lot more than one. Rob says, maybe he didn't want to give up the stick. That's why the game had him elsewhere, so you couldn't trade it. I don't know. I think it's a bug. He was clearly there. But, okay, I think we should spend all 6. Let me explain why. It's very likely the game is going to contribute 1 or 2, and then we wouldn't have to spend all 6. But saving like 1, like we clearly need to pass this test, otherwise we're effed. So saving 1 does very little for us. It's not like if we spend them all, we can still vote. We just borrow cubes to vote. So I think it's the most important thing for us to pass. And we shouldn't risk this, albeit small, chance of drawing a token that's a 0, but I think we can't risk it. So my suggestion is we spend all 6 to guarantee we pass this test. What does the chat say? And we'll use our staff for good measure. All right, chat, what's it going to be? Does everyone agree to spend all of our 6 remaining markers? Rob says vote 3. I think what Rob means is vote that the audience spend their 3, because I'm spending my 3, clearly. So there's my 3. We need 3 more. Is the audience willing to chip in all 3? Jonathan says, okay, we'll go all in. All right, everyone's agreeing to spend all of their tokens. All right, so the audience is unanimous to spend all of theirs. I'm spending all of mine. That's 6. Now we turn over the game's contribution. Okay, the game is contributing 1 plus another. 1 plus another. And 1. So the game is contributing 3. We're contributing 6. So 9 total. We did pass. However, this is an interesting, subtle little point. The first tile we turned over was black, which means since there's a tie, who contributed the most? I contributed 3, audience contributed 3, and the game contributed 3. So there's a 3-way tie. Since the game gets to decide in its favor, the game is taking this, which will help it be declared the winner. But it's if there's a tie, but it's not gonna even come close because it's still got a bunch of markers here. Whereas we have none. We now have 0 markers, which means we're taking full responsibility for the outcome of this case. And we're not going to be able to pass any more trials if they come up. All right, well, we succeeded. Place this card in the trash, and 60 comes into play. It's not over yet. Okay, that goes in the trash, and 60 comes out, and these go in the spent pile. So he's got a couple here, which are going to count against his influence, and a couple here. So far, the game has definitely got less responsibility for the outcome than we do, by far. Okay, card 60. Ugh, it's not over. We're going to be in trouble if we face another trial. Okay, the stars move to, it looks like that says Y. So we're moving up 1. Do we want to do any trading? We can't afford anything. We do have a gun. We do have the crucifix. We have the rope. It's a book here. Is that a clue we can make use of? All right, here we go. The strength of despair, a matter of life or death. By the strength of despair, Peter managed to avoid the bites and scratches of the ravenous beast that was once my father. As soon as his fury gave him a moment's respite, Peter grabbed a large stone from the ground and hit him in the face with all his strength. May God forgive him, it was a matter of life or death. The creature fell to the ground lifeless. We approached it carefully. It looked dead. Audience wants my attention. Let's see. Jesse, doesn't really matter, but did the game ever explicitly give us back our gun from when we visited the club? Remember, what happened was that the game said it was confiscating these 2 tokens, and we think there's a bug in the game that it should have confiscated our gun, but got the token wrong. So I let us keep our gun. But I think the game wants them confiscated, and I don't think it gave them back. Okay. Here we are. May God forgive him. It was a matter of life or death. The creature fell to the ground lifeless. Is it really, though? We approached it carefully. It looked dead. I began to sob softly. I was shocked. Peter composed himself for a moment and hugged me. He was shaking. It was then that the monster interrupted that false death with the phlegmy cough, and then continued to pant noisily. He was still on the ground motionless and with his eyes closed, but we knew he could get up any moment. Peter and I looked at each other in shock, unsure of what to do. If you remove... Oh, this is silly. It's for the second time asking us to use the cane from the father to pass. That's really rubbing me the wrong way. We knew we were going to need a wooden stake. That's why we got the wooden stake item. And we didn't have the opportunity to take the father's wooden stake because it didn't tell us he was on the same location. It really does not feel right to me. Oh, that was this. It really doesn't feel fair. Where's the father's thing? Oh, here he is. We threw that in the trash. Oh, wait, that wasn't his walking stick. What was it then? So what am I complaining about? What is this beta square? We never saw one? Is that it? We've never had a chance to get the beta square. Okay, so that must have been some other item. Well, we failed, I guess. Everyone receives a voting token. All right, so this is our first check that we failed. So I'm going to give everyone a voting token. We don't know what this is. Okay, if you do not or want to, I hope that when we read this next card, it's going to explain what we didn't do. But okay, maybe you're not supposed to know that. Okay, then for the solo and two-player tokens, move one tile from 3 to 2, meaning the game has less responsibility. So we're going to move this to here, which makes the game have less responsibility for the outcome. Don't know why. And then 62 comes into play. Is beta the book from the picture? Maybe it is. Maybe this is some book we could have gotten somewhere. That's a good guess. Maybe this was the book we would have gotten if we had gone to the library, the occult library. We would have gotten that book instead of going to the vet. That's a shame. All right, you're right about that. All right, so now 62 comes into play. So the book would have told us we have to stab him with the wooden stake. And since we didn't have the occult book, we don't know to do that. I might want to look at that when we finish to find out if that's true. That seems wrong, unfair, if that's true. Okay, but anyway, this goes in the trash. 62 comes into play. We may have lost the game because of that. All right, 62. Restless prisoner, a problematic exile. We could not help but drag the body into the cellar and lock it inside. Besides locking it with chains, we piled up all the furniture we could against the door. Over the next few nights, the heartbreaking moans of the creature that was once my father became more and more unbearable. It's been 6 terrible nights, and during the last one, the creature almost destroyed the door, ramming its head against it. Its fury grows with its despair. It's only a matter of time before it manages to escape. After grueling days of anguish, Peter and I have made a heartbreaking decision. We will face all difficulties and transport the creature, which I no longer consider my father, to the ruins of Wilt Castle. During the day, the monster is almost harmless, and Peter has already contacted someone he trusts who can help us out. Once in that godforsaken place, we will free the creature and leave it to its destiny, so that it can undertake his new non-life in the place where the curse originated, in the hope that it will remain there forever, cursed being in a cursed land. No, I don't want to do this. This does not sound safe. None of this plan sounds safe. Okay. Continue with 69. This does not sound like a smart plan to me. Is that the right card to read? Let's just make sure. Let me zoom in here. Make sure I'm reading the right number here. 69. Okay. All right. So 69 What did I do with 69? Okay, 69. Sensational. Positive epilogue. Congratulations. This is one of the best epilogues you can reach in this sensational tale. The challenge is won. Now is the time to determine who contributed the most to achieving this result. First of all, whoever has collected circles during the game must eliminate one token from those they kept for each circle they own. So this is a way of adjusting for the score. So you guys got a circle. So you throw away your circle, which allows you to throw away your black cube, which you want to do. So now you have 0. I have 1. Okay. Now if the game has a circle, which it does, remove that many purple conflict tokens from either 1 or 2. It doesn't matter. So we're just going to take this and move this over here. Now, to win, your number of cubes must be lower than the sum of purple tokens in 1 and 2. So we count these piles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So the game has 9 black cubes. The audience has 0 and I have 1. So 9, 0, 1. All right. Now, because we have a positive ending, the winner is who has the fewest. So that's the audience. So the audience has 1. If you want a rematch, play this anguishing tale again by reducing the starting number of black cubes for each player to 7 instead of 9, making the challenge even more exciting. Also, to make the challenge more exciting, do not add the diamonds. Then it says it doesn't end here. Continue with 70. Okay. Doesn't tell us what to do with this, but I guess we put it in the trash. Okay, so the audience has 1. And now it wants us to read card 70. The sensational tale is over. Thanks for playing with us. Have you enjoyed yourself? Was the epilogue satisfying? Obviously, you could have made different choices during your investigative process, which perhaps would have led to a different outcome. Why not try again from the beginning with a different approach? Important, if you want to replay this sensational tale to discover alternative epilogues, do not look at the contents of the cards that did not come into play in this game. Rebuild the deck because the fun continues. And then we're shown a little picture of a whistle for reasons unknown. Maybe a clue that it might be fun to try the whistle. We could have bought a whistle from someone. Was it here we could have bought a whistle, or was it just this guy? From this guy, we could have bought a muzzle, a leash, and an ultrasonic whistle for dogs. Well, that's interesting. So I just want to point out that these are all cards we never saw. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let me count them so you can't see them. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 31, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. So we've seen about 30 of 70 cards. So we played through this scenario having seen less than half of the cards. And that would have happened whether we were playing solo or not. Very strange experience. Rob says, they really want to convince us the game is replayable. Nice try. I mean, you could certainly make different decisions and read different bits of the story, but it seems like you know exactly how it's going to end and what you have to do, so I don't really see it as being replayable. But, well, let's take our 5-minute, let's take a full 8-minute break and come back and give some thoughts. And if the channel wants to look at some of these cards that we didn't see, I am completely open to doing that. But let's take our 8-minute break. We'll come back and discuss it. And I'll have to give some thought to my thoughts. I want to hear your thoughts. If you've joined me for this playthrough, I want to hear them in the chat. We'll talk about that, the two of us. Feels like we're going to have to figure it out as we start speaking. If you're watching this after the fact, I would love to hear your thoughts. If you've played it or if you've just watched it, what you thought. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back for our final thoughts on Penny Dreadfuls of Victorian London. The second case, which I'll remind you is titled The Horrible Secret of the Broken Key, or The Bloody Knights of the Beast. We've seen a less than half the cards. Did we end up on this path, the Bloody Knights of the Beast, and there was another entire case we could have played, The Horrible Secret of the Broken Key? This is something the audience was thinking, that there are actually two cases here. Didn't seem like we were looking at two cases. It seemed like we were only looking at one case, so I don't know what that's all about. I'm a bit conflicted with this game. Let me see what the chat has to say, and then I'll try to put together my thoughts here. John says, you want to scan through the remaining cards, look for any... I think I am going to look through some of these cards at some point, but given that we've seen half of them, you could... Your group, if you've watched this, could, if you still like this idea, you could still play this and do things that we haven't done. So I'm going to leave that for the end. That way people can leave if they don't want anything spoiled. Jonathan says, thoughts overall very mixed. I'd be lying if I said I did not have an enjoyable time playing along with this case, but I don't know if I feel very confident about really recommending it. The game certainly has a unique vibe going on. It feels at points like it's barely holding itself together. The fact Jesse had to tape the board back together adds to that. But there is a sort of charm to that, says Jonathan. I find myself agreeing with Jonathan here. DJ Moneycut says something I wondered as well. How is locking the dad in the castle one of the best endings? When I read that ending of their plan to transport the dad, lock him in the castle, hope he lives forever in there, I was like, no, that's a horrible ending. And then we turned over the next card and said, this is one of the best endings. Very strange. John says, with this case, the system felt like it was probably overambitious, felt like it was trying to be an analog game, but with an amount of characters and items that probably would work better as an app. I do think the core concept of voting is fun. I actually enjoy the little bit of uncertainty the game bot throws in. I think we're all really enjoying the beginning, but not as hot by the end. I still don't think this told a super compelling story or mystery. The father being turned was a fun twist, but sort of predictable. Rob says, I wasn't here for the start, only listened with one ear. I didn't like the supernatural element at all. Game works as an analog version of a simple text adventure, a bit too fiddly for my taste. Especially the alpha beta tokens should be a better way to know what they were representing. There was a lot of looking back on cards to remember what they were. Rob says, decent execution of what the game was trying to do, I guess, but too simplistic. The game was well designed, and particularly like the wood-carved look of the card illustrations. John says, none of the characters have time to be super developed, and there were way too many side characters with random items. Yeah. So let me talk a little bit about this. I think the first thing to say is to sort of build on what Jonathan was saying. Every once in a while, you encounter a game that almost looks like it was designed by someone on a desert island who had no exposure to what had been done before, what had been all the kinks that had been ironed out, all the patterns that people have come to expect. Most of the time, that's a disaster. Most of the time, what you get is Stephen Wolfram's A New Kind of Mathematics, where the person is in their little cave for 10 years, writes up something, is unaware of the rest of literature, the rest of the scientific field, and it feels wrong. Then occasionally you get someone who solves Fermat's last theorem or something, or you get something in our genre of board games, you get something like Razorhurst, where you're like, it's an alternate reality version of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective with some brilliant new ideas. And here we've got something that kind of feels like that. Like, it feels unique. It's totally different than mechanically than most mystery games. There's weird things going on. It's clearly designed by someone who likes the idea of a generic system that could be used to make lots of cases. You can see that throughout. Everything is generic. The locations are all generic, and the rules even go into what each location could represent. There's night, there's outside indoor locations. These millions of little tokens of every shape and color and letter is like someone who's designing something to be usable in any millions of configurations. And it's all card-based, etc. Now, there's some real charm to that. For the most part, it kind of misses, though. It's still charming and enjoyable, but it misses. And now let's talk about some obvious things that it feels like an editor should have said, whoa, stop. I'll give you a good one. It's pointed out by Rob. That these tokens, the fact that there are 4 colors, 4 shapes, and 4 letters, right? 64 different possible tokens? There's no way to look at them and know what they mean. The game rules tell you that, the shapes generically kind of mean this. Triangles are elements with a specific function. Squares are bulky elements that require demanding management. Pentagons depend on other factors. Circles are widespread, easy to manage. That's shapes. And then you go and you get colors, and the rule book, in a poor decision, puts shapes on these, but the shapes are irrelevant. Now tells you that blue is finite, red is dangerous, yellow is common, black is rare. Like, black is particularly rare, but blue is finite, yellow is common, but circles are widespread and easy to manage. That's very odd. And then they're using Greek letters, alpha, beta, gamma, delta, that most people won't know how to make sense of those. The crazy thing is that you can see they wanted to do that because they wanted to make this generic, right? Like, so that anyone could come up with a mystery with any number of objects. Doesn't it seem like a better solution with a card-based game where each new case has to come with its own deck of custom cards? Doesn't it seem like the easier solution is have the items be on cards? Isn't that such a painless win in all regards? Like, if they want to give you the knife, if they want to give you the book, if they want to give you her necklace, that's a a crucifix, put it on a card, and you can give her the card. That's her crucifix. You can give the card, that's the meatball. You have to build a custom card deck for each case anyway. You don't need to produce a generic set of tokens. Just add the cards that correspond to the items in that case while you're giving them the deck of cards. Plus, then you have art. You can see by looking what items there are instead of having to decode. Not only do you have to decode, but it's like they're on millions of cards that get discarded. It's bizarre. It's a terrible mistake that you pay for in terms of fiddliness. You also pay for in terms of mixing up things, and you pay for in bugs. There were bugs in this game corresponding to symbols, and it's easy to see why that would happen, because for someone to catch an error in using a symbol to mean a weapon, impossible to spot. It would be impossible for someone to who's looking for bugs to realize that they've got this symbol wrong. So you are really asking for trouble there. But I mean, there are some charming ideas here. There are ideas that you can sort of, and some of it is opaque. Some of it you can't tell why it's happening. Here's a good example. Like, this guy can't carry black. She can't carry red. This is another symbology mistake, bad decision, bad judgment call. It'd be so easy to overlook this and have her carry red stuff. But here's one example of many where it's not clear what the idea was. Like, clearly this case, it didn't matter. But it's not clear what the idea is, why you can't give a red. At one point I said, the fact that we're having him carry garlic means he can't be a vampire. But it never came into play. It's not clear what it was meant to do. Very odd. There's so many things in this game that feel odd. This whole thing with moving tokens back and forth, a lot of this feels very fiddly. And it's not clear why. It's not clear what the fiddliness gets you. I'm not objecting to it per se. It's just, there's a cost to having 6 guest stars, each with their own sets of tokens and extra cards that get combined with them. And it's not that it's necessarily a bad idea. It's just, it was weird that it didn't come into play, really. It didn't seem important. And there's a lot of that all over this game. It's like all these things you could buy. Let's look at them. Okay, we never needed any ammunition. We never needed the rope and gas. It's not just that we never needed it. It never came up. We never needed the knife and ashwood staff. In fact, this was a complaint I had because it seemed to want us to have the father's staff to kill the vampire. And we bought this specifically for that because we figured out it was a vampire, and yet it didn't want to let us use it. So we didn't have any way to use this, or this. The garlic we used. For one fight, we used the garlic. We didn't use this. We didn't use this. We could have bought the seemingly useless brandy to give to someone to make them talk to us. Boy, that could rub someone the wrong way. I came into this in a very good mood and I had a good time with it, but this is exactly the kind of thing that drives some people crazy. The idea that we agonized over what to buy and it was totally unpredictable. We knew it was a vampire. That's what made us keep the garlic. But if you knew it was a vampire, you might think you need the mirror. You might need the wooden staff. So there's 3 things that if you knew it was a vampire, you should take, and 2 of them were useless. And one of them seems like it shouldn't have really helped us. And then this one was totally random. Are you going to run into someone that needs it? And odd that you have to make this choice now and then later you find out you need it. It would make more sense if you could come back for it, but you can't move around on the board. Very weird. And so I think there are more complaints you could make. I think they've been raised in the chat that there were so many little side characters that none of them really got a chance to develop. None of them we felt strong about. We just met someone once and then we moved along. I've got lots of complaints about the symbology here of denoting stars from guest stars, like the guest stars you can recognize, but the difference between stars and co-stars, they both have these 5-pointed stars. One's yellow, one's orange. Very weird choice to make that so confusing. Rulebook is okay. It's got some very odd, poor choices of where information is located and some mistakes, some what seem to me clearly mistakes, not deal breakers, but it does feel like maybe this was rushed out. With all that said, however, there's some real charm here, and some credit has to be given for trying something so different and some new. And I think, one of the big problems with the mystery games is having no choices, no decisions that are agonizing. If you play Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective or a cold case game, you're basically trying to solve mystery, but you're never making a decision that's scary, that makes you nervous. And I think some real credit has to be given to this game system for making the game feel like there are some tough decisions to make. And it is interesting to see how they handled the solo and 2-player. So if you weren't playing solo, then there's no push your luck element at all. There's no drawing a token that's plus or minus a cube. That's strange. It seems to me like if they were going for push your luck, they might want to add that to the multiplayer game. So if you're playing the multiplayer game, there's no push your luck. It's just a group decision. And I do like the idea of having a formal mechanic for voting among a group. I think that sounds... And then the little clever idea about you can award most valuable player, who gets credit if you win and gets blamed if you... Depending if their vote never was followed and you lose, they can say, I told you so, so I get the best. I really like that idea, and I can see this working as a large player count game, like a 6-player game with everyone voting. It could be fun. That voting mechanic could be fun. It could be like, you guys, you don't do what the rest of you think you are doing the right thing. I'm convinced it's wrong. I like that idea, and I like that it just keeps everyone on the same path for the story. That seems like a good trade-off to me. So I do like that. I do think there's some odd disconnect between the contributing cubes for a trial. Let me put it this way. The game says don't spend your cubes recklessly because you'll need them for trials. And so in some sense, it's trying to do a little bit of resource management and risk assessment about how many cubes. So I like that idea, but as much as I've praised the idea of the voting, I feel like the resource management, resource husbanding mechanic is kind of missing here, because you can never, if you run out of cubes, you still get to vote. So you're never at risk of not voting. The only time you need cubes is to pass trials. But in a multiplayer game, you know exactly how many times how many cubes the group has to contribute. So it doesn't really feel like there's a decision to be made there. You basically would be crazy to fail a trial. Although maybe you could say this is a trial we're just not going to we need to save our cubes for a future trial, so let's contribute none. But because there's no push your luck element in the trials, it feels like for a multiplayer game, you're just going to either agree to everyone put enough as a cooperative game, then there's no real decision to make. If you've got enough cubes to pass it, you're going to do it, or you're going to decide, let's not spend any cubes. So in the solo game, it becomes a little more interesting, because in the solo game, you're like, should we save some cubes and hope that the game contributes enough? Should we push our luck? But it seems the risks of failing a trial are so high, it would be rare you would do that. So I'm a little torn about that. It could be some germs of good ideas here that may not work in practice. Let's see. Moneycut says, maybe the generic tokens are to avoid leaking info. If you have beta, if you have garlic, keeps you from learning that you need the garlic. Maybe, but you could always put the symbols on the cards. Rob says, you often had a choice if you wanted to get rid of the item, and then you need to know what it is. Rob says, definitely seems like the game is primarily designed for larger groups. For the voting interaction, the solo duo mechanic appears more like a bolted-on addition to allow for fewer players. Jonathan says, for two-player, could you refuse to contribute cubes to try and get a neutral ending and get MVP? Yeah, maybe. The only thing I want to disagree with Rob is I want to emphasize my point that I think there are certain aspects of the solo two-player rules which feel superior. The addition of the push your luck element feels like it adds something. It certainly added to our choices of how many to contribute, and it added to our choice of voting. Although it was odd that you don't spend your cube when you vote, so there was some strategic decision, maybe we should split votes. And so there are certain elements of the solo two-player game that I felt might have been a superior mechanic that are missing from the multiplayer, but the voting with the multiplayer definitely seems more enjoyable. The other thing that seems like a missed opportunity here in this case, in our first case, is all this spatial stuff. It feels all pointless, completely pointless. The only time it wasn't pointless is if we could have traded some items. I still think there was a real bug. In fact, we've talked about a couple bugs in this game, but this one feels much more fundamental. There was a very weird thing that happened. We were at the cemetery in Wilt. And then it said, okay, we defeated the vampire, now we go home. We took a train, we took a this, and then it says, you've arrived home. But it doesn't move you, and now you've gone to the family cemetery. So it seems like it's decided that you're now going to be here, which is now, instead of representing the cemetery in Wilt, is a cemetery in your home. Now that's fine, except the whole spatial adjacency system seems to depend on these places being near each other. And the game really felt like it bugged out when it had the father here. And didn't say, move your token for, it either should have said, move him here because he's here now. Maybe I overlooked that. I don't think so. Or it should have had us return home and had this happen in our home. Not here. It could have even moved this here if it wanted to. But the reason that was such an important bug is because it clearly wanted us to take his cane. And the fact that we weren't at the same place made that impossible. That was very weird. Maybe it wanted us to take it earlier, but that feels like a bug. On top of the bug, as I see it, that if it really wanted us to use the wooden cane as a weapon, then it should have equally let us use the wooden cane that we purposefully bought for this reason. So that's a bug on top of the bug. And we're going to look at that card and see if that's in fact the case. So let me try to mix it in with a couple more positives. I mean, the art is beautiful. The text may have a bit of a translation issue here and there, but was actually quite compelling and good. The mystery was a little thin. We knew from card 1 or 2 that it was a vampire. In fact, this is where artists and authors get too clever by half. Let me show you a bad decision if you're making a game. By the 3rd or 4th card, we got this. That's the father. Now, it really looked to me when I saw that card, okay, Bram Stoker's Gary Oldman as Dracula. That's the model they used. And it's like, yeah, that's a clever little wink that you're making a tale about Dracula, so you make the guy look like the actor and the role and the ridges, but you've given away the answer to the mystery. That's a poor trade-off. So I think that was a mistake. And in general, we figured out that this was about vampires quite early. So not a super compelling mystery. And then I might have other complaints about the mystery itself if we look at that book. Like, we made a decision not to go to the library to learn about vampires, but it feels like that shouldn't be the... Whether we went there or not shouldn't force us not to use the knowledge we already have. So we're going to look at that in a second. But Jonathan reminds me of the other point I wanted to make. Let me just let Jonathan say it here. Jonathan says, the whole thing with the pictures on the card not really having hidden info, but maybe hinting at optimal decision feels a bit weird to me. Yes, I want to talk about that. So the game rules are very clear. They say, look at every picture, look at every title, clues are hidden, nothing's redundant. So we started playing and looking for clues, right? So we started playing and we started saying, oh, is that cart? Is there something about that cart that's important? Is there something about her necklace that's important? Do we need to study this and look for a clue? And then at some point, we got a couple cards, like this one, but especially this one, the cane one. And I said, I hope it's not the case that the game, instead of telling us to look cleverly for clues that might tell us something, like the fact that it's got a fingerprint means someone held it, I started wondering, is the game basically telling us that it's going to just put items on cards as hints that don't require any deduction, but we should pay attention to and use that? Like the fact that there's a bear here means that when we get a chance to go to the White Bear Club, we should go there? And that kind of feels like what they've done here, and that rubs me the wrong way. That is not ideal. On the other hand, it matches with what we were saying before, how this is sort of like an alternate universe game that is making up its own rules and operates differently. And so it's not the worst thing in the world. And I did have a good time, and I'm sort of rambling here. I'm not rambling, but I'm talking a lot about this game. But that's one of the best parts of playing these unusual games, is having lots to talk about. So let me talk a little bit about this choose your own adventure paths and randomness. I talk about this a lot on this channel. It seems to me, as a philosophy of designing mystery games that you're supposed to solve and have deductions, that there's very little value in having multiple paths that give different groups completely different experiences. And this does very much feel like a sort of choose your own adventure, arbitrary decision game. We encountered a bunch of choices that felt like there's no real way to decide what the right action is, and that you might be just as well advised playing these games making random decisions whenever you're given one. In a choose your own adventure where you just die and then you back up, that's no great sin. Here it feels like you took us several hours to play, If you made one decision that gave you a bad ending, that would really rub you the wrong way. But I'm not sure you can make decisions that give you total... Well, let me stop that. In the tutorial, you guys didn't see it, but I played through it once. You absolutely could make left or right decisions that ended the game with a bad outcome. So that seems like a very weird decision. But I do want to say that the decisions here gave us stuff to argue about, debate about, not argue, but debate and have fun making those decisions. And the fact that we only saw part of the cards really does lead to some weight that you could play this a couple times and make very different decisions and see different little parts of the story. There might be very different ways to solve this story and get different outcomes. And there's something fun about that. It would probably be a little more palatable if it was a shorter game without so much fiddly stuff to manage. For example, as a good example of a game that does this well, the Cartaventura system. Small sets of cards with some choices. No fiddliness. Very elegant, very clean. Had a bit of a feel of choose your own adventure. To me, there's some real similarities between this and the Cartaventura system, which we played Lhasa, I forget what it was, what the full title of it. That was a much more successful kind of implementation of this kind of system. In fact, it makes me want to play more of that Cartaventura. Lhasa was the one we played, but they make a couple more. This is really overly complicated and overly fiddly. That's not to say they won't have constructed some good cases, and I am interested in playing the other cases, and I did have a good time, and I'm very curious to see if they can make it work differently. And this adventure game analog system where you're moving around items could still turn out to be very clever. Rob is slightly disagreeing with my description of the cards as hints, and you might be right. Rob says, I think you're reading too much into the illustrations being hints. I think they were just random representations of something the text was about. In some cases, I think you might be wrong about that, Kane, but it's not clear to me. So, enjoyable to play through. Fascinating to see this alternate universe of rules and mechanics that feels fiddly, a little bit buggy, overly complicated, but different and interesting. And Jonathan described it well. It felt like it was about to come apart. The wheels were about to fall off the buggy. It was about to come apart at the seams. The board literally came apart at the seams, but it held itself together enough to be an enjoyable process. So I think we will play another case here. I think some groups might really dislike this, but other groups might like the voting, and that voting idea is something that might be worth iterating on. Another kind of choose-your-own-adventure game. You could even imagine a choose-your-own-adventure game where players had occasional private information and then could argue with each other about what they think the right thing to do is. I'm intrigued. Now, I'm curious if the chat has more comments. I wanted to look at a couple of the cards. So if you think this game feels like you're interested in it and you want to play this case, you've watched it, I think you could play this case and just do things a little differently and get a different story outcome. So you could stop watching here, buy it, play it, leave your comments afterwards. In the meantime, for this group, if you're okay with not playing this case again, I mean, we could absolutely play this case again and choose different outcomes. We're not going to do it tonight. All right, so before I look at cards, do you guys want to play this case again? The problem, I'll tell you the problem with wanting to play this case again. There's a lot of fiddly stuff. When we encountered this card, we had to stop for 10 minutes. Pick out all the tokens, decide who gets what. I don't really want to do that again. All right, so I want to look at some of these cards. I'm not going to look at all of them. There were a couple I wanted to look at. First, I wanted to see if we had gone to the library and looked at the book, which I think that thing was teasing us about. So if we had gone to, no, it was the library to learn about. Okay, so it was this card. We decided to go to the vet to learn about the bites, but we could have gone to the library to research ancient curses. Now, I didn't think we should do that because I thought we were just going to learn about vampires, which we already know. But it felt like at the end of that game, we needed the information. So I want to see if that's true. I want to see if 23 would have given us a book that would tell us how to kill vampires. After hours of research in the library, we couldn't find anything useful. Legends, curses, inscriptions, lots of disconnected information, but we didn't find a link. We were about to leave when a visitor, rather a bizarre type, approached us and told us warily that he had heard our requests of the librarian. He suggested we try the Orloff Museum or have a chat with Father Daniel Finch, a priest from Wilt, a few hours south. Okay, so we don't immediately get a book, but if we had gone to Wilt to talk to the priest, interesting, then we would have gotten 30. Wow, more votes. We insist on learning something from the priest. Card 42 comes into play. Well, it certainly didn't give us a book easily. But it looks like if we insisted on talking to the priest, we were going to get this book. Okay. Countess Talbot, so he tells us a little bit about the history. Arcane ritual. 43 interjects, and then we either go straight to the crypt or we go home. I'm curious to see what would happen if we went home. Okay, so but let's see if 43 gets us a book. Yes, okay, so there's the book we would have gotten. Okay, Book of Exorcism. Okay, so this is actually a nice thing because I thought the book was going to tell us you have to stab vampires with a wooden stake, and I was going to complain that we already knew that, so why do we have to get a book? But it turns out if we had been determined to follow the priest and gotten advice from him, he would have told us about a special binding, and we could have used that on her, on our father, I guess. I guess that would have led to the best outcome if we had had that in the end and could use that on our father. Does this cure them or just bind them? All right. So that's not bad. Let's see. Jonathan says, I'm curious if there's a whole different case with a broken key. Maybe look at taking her to the hospital at the start and see if it takes us to a completely different story. Yeah, we could have taken her straight to the hospital, huh? You want to see what would have happened if we had done that? Okay, so she gets kicked off her cart. The Countess. Let's see. What card was that? Maybe I can just find it here. Okay, so it's this card here. If we had taken her to the hospital, let's see what would have happened. Only a miracle can save her. We drove her to the hospital. She was still miraculously alive. Deep wounds. 12 interjects. What might be her name and why was she a victim of the assault? Here she is, bandaged at the hospital. Among her personal effects, she's got a folded shred of paper containing a calligraphic note bearing the word Wilt. She wears a necklace with a charm. On her charm's circular edge, we can glimpse some incomprehensible worn inscriptions and a date from long ago. We can take it from the patient, who can't object anyway. A strange object of ancient workmanship. Interesting. So this interjects. We get this strange object. I'm not sure how we could use it. And then 9 comes into play. Medical visit. Morning Post features articles on the mysterious cattle killings. Or you continue the story by going to the store. So it looks like you could have gone to the hospital or not, and you just get a little side diversion. Nothing major changes. But there's all sorts of other things. You get different objects. We could drink beer with the person. Knives, flowers, dogs. Maybe we could get into a whole case with the dogs. Rats and the rat poison. Remember, there was rat poison. I don't know what this was. Lamps, more dogs. Knives. Weird. I mean, lots of different paths. I guess there was a way to use the shovel. The book gets damaged. Someone's hats. Strange. So I see a neutral ending and negative ending. A bunch of miscellaneous endings. Bunch of negative endings. I don't see any other positive endings. Weird. So I don't think we could have done much better. Jonathan says, it was strange. The game takes our gun. Maybe the guns never came into play after that anyway, so there was no need to return them to us. Well, we certainly didn't have any use for the gun or the ammo. Very strange game. I'm curious to play another case. Remember, the cases are all written by different people, so you might expect them to be quite different. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to sign off now. We've been talking for 40 minutes about the game. I really would like to hear your thoughts on both watching it and if you play it. If this will be up for a while, people will eventually get their hands on this game, play it. They'll have very different opinions. I very much feel like this is going to be a divisive game. Some people are going to love it. Some people aren't. I'm especially interested in hearing how larger groups do with it. And I think we're going to end up playing another case of this to see if it solidifies our opinion one way or the other. If you want to join me for another playthrough, the way to let me know is to visit the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. There's a link on the About page of the YouTube. There's a thread called Game Queue Thread where we plan what to play next and when. So find that post and let me know if you want to play another case of that this week, this weekend, or if you want to take a break, play something else, come back to this later. It might not be a bad idea for us to take a break from this for a little bit. Hopefully we'll remember the rules. Yeah, I'm curious to try it again. I could see how we play the next. There's only 2 more cases in the box. After doing so, we might feel one way or the other. Not a cheap game. I'm curious to see what the reviews of this look like. But hats off to the authors for trying something new. We need to say that. Okay, any other final thoughts from the channel before we sign off here? I do think there's going to need to be a little errata for this game. A little FAQ with corrections, because I think we encountered a couple. Jonathan says, overall, we did have a good time. Well, look, I was thinking earlier, let me make one more statement about this. It's clear when you play board games that the fun you have depends a large degree on your expectations and your mood. And a big chunk of that is affected by the mood of the other players in the game, especially with cooperative games. And I don't want to sound like I'm beating a dead horse here, but The quality of this group that joins me on this channel makes so much of a difference. The fact that we could play this game, and if it was terrible, if it was really horrible, it would still be enjoyable to be able to talk to you guys about it, and to be able to talk to others who might come across this video later and read their comments. So it's like a win-win situation for us here, for me. I get to play the game. Sometimes we play a game that's amazing and super fun and super cool. And sometimes we play a game that's terrible. And sometimes we play a game that's very mixed like this one. But it is always so enjoyable to be able to talk about it and to be able to play it with people who are in a good mood about it. And I really appreciate Jonathan and the other people in this group, Rob, DJ Monica, everyone else who played this with me. I am very influenced by other people not being miserable. And it's very easy. If I'm with someone who's like, come on, let's try it, it's fun, let's think about what's good, what's bad, or it's so bad, it's good, all that stuff. If the people I'm playing with aren't miserable, then I'm going to have a good time. And if the people I'm playing with are miserable and they don't even want to take another turn or continue, that really affects my enjoyment. So it's so wonderful to play with this group here that is okay with playing a game that's got problems and talking about it and enjoying being able to talk about them. So for me, what a pleasure to be able to play with this group on the channel. All right, we'll end it here. As I said, let me know when you want to play the next case of this. And I look forward to seeing the reviews for this game and hearing what people who watch this after the fact think of it. Let me know if I've missed anything, and I'll see you guys next time.